Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another Wednesday night movie live stream. It's me, Pete, Playtendoguy, and I'm joined as always from Andy from Forgotten World Movies.
Hi, everyone.
And Mike from Cinema Axeman.
Hi, guys.
And tonight we have our special guest, and it's Keith from Euphoria Pictures. Thanks for joining us, Keith. It's great to get you back on the screen.
Thanks again for having me back. I was looking forward to this all day.
Yeah. So, it's been a little while since we've had you back on the stream, so it's great to have you back on.
No, I appreciate it.
Right, and as always, before we get into the comments, I always ask, what are some of the films that you watched over the last week? Do you want to go first, Andy? I know you've been doing your horror marathons.
Yeah, tonight I finished watching Pieces.
Nice.
That Spanish horror film. Last time I saw that was when I was at uni, and yeah, that's at the end of that movie's fucking gripping, to say the least. But yeah, I've just been cinema as well. I think a movie that's going to pop up tonight, what we were just talking about before we went to see Halloween Ends. And I went to see the week before I went to see Smile. I had a great time with that. Absolutely cracking horror film. Just watched a couple of anthology horror movies as well, like The Twilight Zone, Body Bags, Creepshow. Just been going through random horror films this month.
Cool.
So yeah.
That's a great selection there. I've heard Smile's been doing very well in the box office. A lot of people really enjoy that one.
I loved it. I thought it was great. I thought it was so much fun.
Oh, That's good to hear. I know the marketing campaign for that has been incredible. They've been employing actresses to go to football stadiums and just smile there with creepy smiles with the t-shirt on.
Oh God!
What a way to market your film.
And it came to work as well.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
It did. It did very well in America and very well over here. So no doubt we'll probably end up getting a sequel.
Sometimes you just wish they would just leave them alone. Just make a standalone movie.
They work better as one-hit wonders. Don't go back and ruin what you started off great. What about you, Mike? What were some of the films you watched last time over the past week?
So I think there's just one that I'm going to mention, and it's a movie called Hawks. It's a movie that came out in the late 80s with Timothy Dalton. It's like a comedy drama about these two patients at a hospital who've got like a terminal illness, the terminal cancer, sorry, and they just decide to live life to the fullest. And I thought it was an absolutely brilliant movie and one that I'd never heard of before, but it was a fantastic British movie.
Oh wow! I've never heard of that one before.
No.
What's that on Blu-ray? Is it?
It doesn't even have a DVD release. The only way to watch it is on YouTube or on VHS.
Wow.
But yeah, I loved it. Yeah.
Oh, sounds good. Good old YouTube. That makes a change to have full films on there. That's good.
Yeah.
You said you watched Corruption last night with Peter Cushing. What did you thought of that?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Yeah, it was quite goofy, very very silly in places, but yeah, it was fun. Quite violent. I think for the time it came out. I think it came out in like the late 60s. It is quite violent in places, but no, yeah, I enjoyed it.
Oh, that's cool. I have the Indicator limited edition box set. Which version did you watch? Because there's several different cuts, isn't there?
Yeah, I think it's called the Continental version.
Yeah, that was supposed to be the more violent one.
Yeah, I think I just went for the one that was the most violent, and yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Oh, I'll have to give that a watch soon then. What about you, Keith? What have you been watching recently?
3 movies I think come to mind. Fright Night. I watched. I wanted to watch that before I done the review on it. I watched that on 4K. Then I watched Funhouse. I picked up on 4K Bob Hooper's Funhouse. And then last night I went to see Halloween Ends. I did. And I'm not going to say any more. I have vented. I have vented before I went onto the stream, and I'm good now. I'm grand. I've kind of gotten over me now, and I'm good. I need someone to listen.
Oh wow! But yeah, I see you unboxing of the steelbook for Fright Night. That's a really nice steelbook it is. And
I was a bit underwhelmed by
good.
it. I was a bit underwhelmed by it. I don't know what it was, but I felt the printing on the steelbook didn't look that great. Maybe because it was on a matte finish. I don't know. Maybe if it was a high gloss finish on it, it might have looked like a premium steelbook. But I was slightly underwhelmed by it. But look, I got it for the 4K, and that's the important thing.
Yeah, I still need to see the Blu-ray still sealed. It's one of the ones that I'm desperate to watch soon, so hopefully watch it before Halloween.
Oh, it's a great movie. I can't praise it enough, and it looks stunning either way. Whether you get the Blu-ray or the 4K, it doesn't matter. It looks great.
Yeah, it does. I know Andy said it's one of his favorite vampire films, or your favorite one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's my favorite one. My favorite vampire film of all time. It's
Oh wow.
It's amazing, that film. I can remember seeing it on Channel 5 when I was a kid at school, and I fell in love with it. I only saw it because I was a big Roddy McDowall fan because of Planet of the Apes. And it came up in the TV guide that his name was in this movie, and I was like, well, I've got to watch that film, even by the name alone. I had no idea what it was about, and I watched it and fell in love with it.
Oh.
Yeah, just love that film.
Yeah. I'm kind of like yourself. It's close to being in my. It's definitely up there. One of my favorite. I think I wouldn't put it ahead of Vamp. Vamp is probably my favorite vampire movie of all time. But my God, Fright Night is very, very close to it. Yeah. It's just a wonderful vampire movie. And I'm always saying it as well. I'm a big fan of its sequel as well. Really enjoyed the sequel.
I like the second one.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. I remember, Andy, you were saying about the sequel's really good as well.
Yeah, I rewatched the sequel, and I do have a problem with it. I don't really like the new girlfriend in it, shall we say? I can't really click with her. The cast is just not as good as the first one.
No,
you're missing the characters that are missing from the first one. You feel them. You feel that they're not there.
Yeah, but I kind of like the welcome cast. The kind of the clowns that's with her.
The villains are great.
Yeah. I think that kind of a good laugh. They had a lot of them, but I get what you're saying.
But yeah, the people that don't reprise their roles from the first one are missed big time. Yeah. But it's still a good fun film.
I like the way they kind of flipped it as well, where it's Charlie doesn't believe him.
Yeah,
I like the way they done that. So
yeah, it's definitely not a rehash of the first one.
No.
And they could have gone that. They could have gone that way, and they didn't. But yeah, there's a lot of fun in that film. That second movie.
Yeah.
Aren't they supposed to be trying to bring back Fright Night? Do like another reboot or sequel to it with the original director?
Yeah,
I think they're gonna ignore the second film.
Yeah,
as well. Right. Yeah, and just go straight off the first one.
And that's Chris Sarandon is back as well. Apparently, they're trying to get Chris Sarandon back.
I'm game for that. If
absolutely.
Because it's only Roddy. It's only Roddy, isn't it? Who's no longer with us.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Someone did say it to me in the comment section because I mentioned that in my video when I done the review on it, and someone did say, they shouldn't do another sequel now. And in a way, they're probably right.
Yeah.
But I think it's more curiosity than anything. I think it's me just wanting to see this cast back again together more than anything. And I think that alone would probably keep me happy, and regardless of the movie itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, agreed.
Yeah. Anyway, what was I going to say? On to what I've watched over the past week. I watched Army of Darkness for the first time, Evil Dead. Really, really enjoyed it. Maybe my favourite of the trilogy. I think it's just so much fun. And it's only about 80 minutes and it just flies by.
Depends on which cut you watch.
I think there's only one cut on my version.
Okay,
because I know there's about 3 or 4 different cuts, isn't there?
There is a few, yeah.
Still haven't seen the remake yet, but I've heard the remake's really good of the Evil Dead.
It's one of my favourite remakes.
Oh, that's good to hear. Watched Friday the 13th Part 2. Going through them now because I got the box set. That was really good. I kind of prefer it to the first one a bit. I think it's really good.
Okay.
They're both great fun. And what else did I watch? Oh, and obviously Halloween Ends. But no doubt we'll get a few comments about that in the stream tonight. So we'll have plenty to talk about that. Oh, wow. Anyway, before we get on to the comments, Keith, as it's been a little while since you've been on the stream, do you want to promote your channel to everybody watching at home?
Yeah, well, as you can see behind me, I'm a big collector. I like to collect a lot of rarities when it comes to physical media. Like I said, if you can see behind me, it's I'm just big into the rare editions. I'm also doing a lot of reviewing. Now, when I say reviewing, I review a lot of 4K. I probably review the picture quality and the audio quality more than actually reviewing the movies themselves. So the one thing I'm used to, is I have to admit, is describing a movie. I am absolutely terrible at it. But when it comes to describing a 4K picture, I think I know what I'm talking about. And again, if you are interested in that, by all means, come over and check out my channel.
Keith's link to his channel's in the description down below. Go and give Keith a sub. He's got a wonderful channel full of great content, and you get plenty of information from different releases, all from him.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So, yeah, on to the comments now. And right, first up, we have, when the comments load up, we have Edward here saying, "Evening, everyone. Hope you are well. Who's going to see Black Adam at the weekend?" I'm not going to go see it a weekend. I'll probably pick it up when it comes out on Blu-ray. I mean, it looks all right, but I'm not in no rush to see it. I'm more interested in seeing Piers Bronson there as Dr. Fate. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same as you, Pete. It looks fun, but I'm not in a rush. I'll maybe see it in 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, sounds about right. What about you, Mike?
No, I've got zero interest in it, to be honest. I'll watch it eventually, but I'm not in a rush.
Don't blame you. And what about you, Keith?
I agree with him. Yeah, no, absolutely no interest. From the get-go, I have no interest.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain Black Adam is just a bad version of Shazam anyway, so it always seemed quite weird to do a Black Adam film, but I'd be interested to see how it does in the box office.
Did someone say that he has the same kind of lightning bolt as Shazam as well?
Yeah,
I think he's got the same powers as Shazam.
Right,
I'm pretty certain.
Right, okay. Right, very strange.
Yeah, I don't really know too much about the film itself, but hopefully it'll do all right. But I know they delayed Aquaman 2 and Shazam 2 as well, so it'll be... moving on, we have Andy likes stuff here, and he says, "Hi guys, hope you're well. What are your thoughts on Halloween Ends? For me, it was okay and different. However, not as good as the other two of the trilogy, but not as bad as YouTube reviews are saying." I know you enjoyed it. You really enjoyed it. Was that your favourite of the trilogy?
I don't know.
Might have been. That's my mum. Yeah. Well, if you liked it, that's good. So, shall we go first to Mike? What did you think of Halloween Ends?
It was a 5 out of 10 for me. I thought some of the ideas in it were interesting, but the execution was just not very good. Didn't like the story. It didn't really live up to the ending of the last movie in terms of, you know, a final showdown. It didn't really live up in that way. I thought it was okay. I don't really have much more to say about it.
I do agree with you there. The final battle didn't seem that epic. It seemed more like a fight in EastEnders. What about you, Andy?
I've got to be honest. I didn't mind the film. I got some enjoyment out of it. I was entertained by it, but I think going into it, I didn't have any expectations for it whatsoever. I'd heard so many different things about this film that it was going to divide the fan base, and in a way, the movie does, definitely. For me, it's the Last Jedi of the Halloween franchise. It's gonna piss people off, and some people are gonna like it. But for me, I thought the movie was okay, and I was entertained by it. I don't think we've had a good Halloween film since 1982, to be honest. So I didn't really have my expectations just weren't there. So I just watched it for the sake of watching it, and I came out entertained. That's all I can really say about it. Logic doesn't exist in this film in any way, shape, or form, but it is what it is. But I was entertained. Some of the kills in it were really cool and really creative. But yeah, the movie is what it is. I understand both sides of the coin. If you hate or love this movie, I completely can see both sides of it.
Yeah, I'm definitely the same there. I can see why a lot of people do like it and a lot of people are disappointed with it.
Yeah.
So what about you, Keith? What did you think of Halloween Ends?
Yeah, as you know, I absolutely hate it. It's not
Mm.
no, and I think it's very important to get this across. It's not the worst Halloween movie in the franchise. It's not even close. It's not. You know, it's Resurrection is still up there by far the worst movie, and then the Rob
Yeah.
Zombie movie. But like I said to you at the start, like Andy just said, there logic goes right out the window. So I'm not going to kind of nitpick at that. I think the biggest problem I had with it was just the huge disconnect that I had over the previous two movies. It felt like a standalone movie. Um, you knew how the studio felt about it by the way they advertised that movie. They didn't want to show that this movie was all about that young dipshit that was in it. Um, and I think that speaks volumes about the way the studio looked at that movie. They obviously went, you know what? If we advertise it the way this movie is meant to be, or the way it is, I think no one is going to go see it. And I think they were wrong to do that. I think they were very wrong the way they advertised it. The conclusion was terrible. It left me. I wanted closure. I didn't get it, and now I want another movie. That's and I was hoping that would be it. I think I was hoping that I'd leave the cinema and go, yeah, I'm done now. I'm happy. Let's move on. But unfortunately, no. So yeah, I hated it.
Mm. Yeah, I definitely understand it. For me, I'm right in the middle of it. There's a few things in it I think it does well, and a lot of it does wrong. The biggest problem, as you said, is the marketing. The marketing for it makes out it's a big epic conclusion and misses a huge part of the film out. It basically just false advertises it at the end of the day, and a lot of people going in probably will be disappointed about it. And it just, as you said, a disconnect from the other two, especially after Halloween Kills. This one's definitely a more slower paced film, but there's some cool things there, but a lot of the execution's all over the place. But it'll be interesting to see where they go with the franchise next, because no doubt we'll have another one.
The weird thing is, I don't mind someone thinking outside the box. You know, I'm all definitely on board for that. Jesus Christ, do not do it on the last movie. Do not do it on this is another example. This movie was clearly not thought about. They obviously had no idea what this movie was going to be when they were making Halloween Kills. But I guarantee you, if they did, he would have been featured in that movie somewhere. And but the fact that he wasn't in Halloween Kills at all, they were just thinking on the spot. You could tell that there was no big plan.
Yeah.
There wasn't.
Yeah.
I was massively disappointed. Massively. This is one of these movies, because I always said that Halloween Kills, when I seen Halloween Kills, I was very disappointed with that when I first seen it. I thought it was mediocre at best. But it's growing on me now. Every time I watch it, it seems to be just getting a little bit better when I watch it. This movie is never going to grow on me. I just know. I know it in my soul that it's not going to be a good movie in my eyes, no matter how many times I watch it.
Yeah. There's a lot of missed potential there.
Yeah.
I think they should have kept it all on the same night. That is the biggest problem.
Well, another thing to say about it as well, and I kind of just wanted to nip this right in the butt, because people were kind of saying that, Michael Myers is in it for 10 minutes, 22 seconds or something like that, where in the original Halloween he was in it for 9 minutes something. Now the thing is, what people are kind of missing with that is it's how they used that 9 minutes in that movie compared to the 10 minutes in this movie, where his 10 minutes comes right at the end of the movie, where Michael Myers is constant during the original Halloween movie. And I can understand why people feel like Michael Myers is in this movie less than the original, and that, such a disappointment.
Yeah, because when Michael wasn't on the screen in the first film, you can still feel his presence there. This one, not so much.
Yeah. Absolutely,
not so much. But yeah, certainly not what a lot of people expected. But we'll have to wait and see what happens. There's rumours now, a lot of polls going about saying they want another director's cut or something. There's even a petition for it. You never know, because the director David Gordon Green kept changing the script right to the last minute with that film.
Right. Well, apparently, from what I've been hearing, Blumhouse now has lost rights to this movie now since Halloween Ends. Apparently, it goes back to your man Malik Akid. the rights to this franchise. So I don't think that's ever going to happen, if I'm completely honest, unless he allows it, Malik Akish, and that's so. We'll have to wait and see.
Wow, didn't know that. What about John Carpenter? Does he have any rights to the Halloween franchise or not?
I don't think so.
No. Oh dear.
Actually, no, that's another complaint I had with it, by the way. I wasn't too crazy about John Carpenter's score in it either. I found it to be very forgettable. I did as well. Compared to the other two, that is.
That's true. Yeah. We've got Surf here saying, hey guys, Keith, I'm sending love to you and Alan, here if you need me.
Thanks so much, Sophie. I appreciate that.
Next up, we've got Rogue here saying, hi, have you bought anything in the Arrow video sale? I have bought the Sartana collection, The Car, Cat and Nine Tails, The Fury, Raising Cain, Crash, and True Romance. Wow, what a great haul there. What do you think of the haul Rogue got, Mike?
Yeah, I like pretty much all of them. The Sartana collection's really fun. The Car, I haven't seen that one in years. I remember it was similar to Christine. It's been a long time since I've seen that movie. Cat and Nine Tails, I enjoy. The Fury is okay. Raising Cane's okay. I like Crash, and I love True Romance.
Did you pick up anything in the sale?
I've only picked up one thing so far. I picked up The Mangler, the Toby Hooper Stephen King movie. I enjoyed it. It was very, very goofy and weird, but it was fun.
Robert Englund, is it? That's in that.
Yeah, Robert Englund. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Is it one of the newer ones they released that's like about a tenner?
Yeah, because it came out and I think it was like 18 quid, and I was just like, I just don't want to pay that much for it. But thankfully it's in the sale now, so yeah, picked it up.
Oh, that's more reasonable price. What about you, Keith? What do you think of these films, and have you picked up anything in the sale?
Well, there's a few of them I never heard of, but I think the one that stand out for me is probably Cat and Nine Tails. I absolutely love that movie. Next to Fury, The Fury, I think that's a great movie. I haven't seen Raising Cain in God knows how long. True Romance, I probably haven't watched that movie since it actually came out. I was meant to get the 4K release of it, but when I couldn't get the limited set, I basically held off until I can get my hands on it. And that's so no, it's some great pickups again, but Cat and Nine Tails really sticks out for me. Great movie.
Yeah.
No, I didn't even know there was anything on. I didn't even know there was an Arrow sale, so I got nothing.
I think it's only just recently started, like a couple of days ago, anyway.
Already. Okay.
What about you, Andy? You picked up anything in the sale, and what do you think of these films?
No, I've not picked anything up in the sale. I'm waiting for payday, which for me is Tuesday. But yeah, just I've not picked anything up. Yeah, I got a load of Arrow stuff last month. Like I got a load of limited editions off eBay for quite cheap. But yeah, these movies are pretty good. I like Cat and Nine Tails. It's a great Argento movie. Crash, I need to give a rewatch to. True Romance is one of my favorite films. I fucking love that film. Raising Cain is probably my least favorite Brian De Palma movie. I was really disappointed by that film.
Yeah, I've been thinking about getting Raising Cain, but I've heard some mixed things about it. It is a De Palma film, isn't it?
Yeah, it's worth a watch, but I couldn't see myself going back to it.
Yeah. The only thing I picked up in the sale is the Female Prisoner Scorpion collection. I watched the first film on Shudder and really enjoyed it, so I thought I'd get the box set of it. And yeah, I'm hoping to get through them ones. It's a nice little set, but I ain't got nothing else yet. Probably give it another week and see what I can find from H&B. But out of those, I have got the Sartana collection. That is a lot of fun. Spaghetti Westerns, really fun series there. Haven't seen Cat and Nine Tails yet, but I do have it. I do want to pick up Crash, and True Romance is just so much fun. One of my favourite films, one of the best casts ever. Oh, so many great faces in there.
Yeah, I find that movie very quotable as well. Like I just find myself quoting that movie in day-to-day life.
We have Mike here from Did You See That saying, hey guys, hope you're doing great. Hey Mike, thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
We've got Andy Like Stuff here saying, managed to catch Werewolf by Night. For me, it was nothing special, and seeing it done better back in the 50s. What are your thoughts on it if you've managed to watch it? Cheers. I haven't seen it yet. I keep meaning to, but I've heard that there's a lot of flashing lights in it, and for me, watching that it gives me a headache, so I might steer clear of it. Are you seeing it, Mike?
No, I've not seen it. I don't really know too much about it. Is it on Disney Plus?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah. Is it like a Marvel property?
Yeah, it's a Marvel sort of werewolf who done it, from what I think.
Yeah, I don't know too much about it, to be honest. So no, I've not seen it.
I think the biggest problem is there's so much Marvel stuff just lately. It's hard to keep an eye on what is coming out and what isn't. You seen it, Keith?
No, I've never seen it. I've never even heard of it, to be honest. So, yeah, I can't really give my input on it.
And Andy, you seen it?
Yeah, ditto. Not seen it.
No.
Yeah.
We've got Matt V Movies here saying good evening. Good evening, Matt.
Hey, Matt,
Thanks
how are
for
you?
joining.
Matt.
Right, Mike says here, I watched Amsterdam the other day. Absolute load of bollocks that movie was. Have any of you seen it? If so, what's your thoughts? If you haven't seen it, don't waste your time. That's that one with Christian Bale in, isn't it? Margot Robbie. I thought it looked quite decent from the trailers, and then all the reviews come out, and I quickly soon changed my mind. But no, I haven't seen it, but I've heard not good things about it. Same with the director. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, again, not one I've seen, and again, I don't really know too much about it, to be honest. So, yeah, I can't really comment.
What about you, Keith? Same.
Never seen it. Don't want to see it. I think I heard Taylor Swift is in it. That's enough for me.
Oh, that is enough. And Andy, you seen it?
No. Seen the posters for it and bits and bobs of trailers and stuff like that, but no. If Mike says it's bad, I'll stay away from it.
Yeah. We've got Jason here, the old millennial. Hope you had a happy birthday, Pete, and happy birthday to Mike tomorrow, who I believe has a birthday tomorrow. Oh, thanks, Jason.
Yeah.
And
Thanks,
happy
Jason.
birthday for tomorrow, Mike. I thought it
thanks.
was your birthday tomorrow. Right. We have Carlos here, Clint Eastwood fan for life, or for life fan. Hi, Pete, Mike, Andy, and Keith. Had to tune in for this as Keith is a massive Halloween fan, and it's a big topic, obviously. Do we feel that the franchise may have been a little tainted for the last two films? I'll let Keith answer first.
Yeah. I think the franchise now has lost its identity a bit. I think we've had three different movies, and I think my biggest problem I had with Halloween Kills was, and I've said it before, it felt too much like a Terminator movie to me. He was just this unstoppable machine, and then we got something just completely different. And I get that. Now I get what they're trying to do with this new movie. That they wanted to do something a bit different, where they didn't want to basically repeating the same beats as they've done with the last two movies. But I can only repeat what I said already at the start of the stream, that there was just such a huge disconnect with this movie. And I also said it just before we came on to the stream. When the conflict finally happened at the end of it, it almost took you by surprise. You were like, oh shit, I forgot this was actually happening. And that's not what you want from a Halloween movie. You do not want to lose sight of. Actually, you know what? I tell you, I said it to my brothers when we left the cinema last night. I said, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to watch Halloween 2018. I'm going to watch Halloween Kills, and then I'm going to watch H20. That's exactly what I'm going to do, because that movie, the new Ends one, had that much of a disconnect from them previous two movies. Chances are H20 will work just as well, and at least then with that movie you get your conflict that we wanted at the end of this movie that we didn't get. So yeah, I was massively disappointed with it, and like I said, I want to see another one there.
Oh, it's disappointing. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, it probably has tainted it a little bit. I was a big fan of the 2018 one when it came out. I thought it was a really good legacy sequel, and I thought the franchise was kind of back to its best and it was going places. And then Halloween Kills came out, and to be fair, I do quite enjoy that movie, but I do admit it does have a lot of flaws. And then this new one, yeah, I just wasn't really a fan of it. I was thinking about, after I saw it and the whole, without going too much into spoiler territory, I feel like I know that they were trying to make it more about, I know they were trying to make this movie more than just about Michael Myers, but I feel like they should have just not had him in the movie at all, if that's the route they were going to go with it. And I feel like it's just kind of a movie of two halves, two minds, and they just don't really know how to get the right balance. And yeah, it was a disappointment in the end.
There's actually another thing I just wanted to put in there as well about, and I forgot to mention it. There was a character in this trilogy that I really enjoyed, Hawkins, and he featured heavily in the first movie, and then he was kind of in the bed. He was in the hospital bed with Jamie Lee Curtis in Halloween Kills. But he was a character that was there, and he was there all during these first two movies. And then just for the third one, they went, yeah, we're done with you. Like even like in Halloween Kills, they showed Hawkins' story. They went back to 78, and they made it out that he was going to play a big role in this last movie. You know, and we were kind of waiting for him to recover from his injuries in that Halloween Kills, and then I thought we were going to get something more than what we got with him. And at the end, I think we just got a handful of scenes where he's awkwardly flirting with Jamie Lee Curtis in it, and that was it. Yeah,
doing some food shopping.
Yeah. That was another, because I really liked this character. I really did, and I wanted to see more of him as well.
Yeah, I agree there. His character was quite interesting. He was certainly wasted.
Yeah.
What about you, Andy?
Well, I mean, for me, it was tainted way back with Halloween 5, to be honest. Yeah, fucking hell.
What did you say?
It was,
I didn't get that.
It was tainted for me way back with Halloween 5. I think everything from Halloween 5 just has been garbage, to be honest. Even 4 just gets a pass because it goes back to the slasher roots and with that, but fucking hell, from 5 onwards, man, you can just forget it. Just watch the first one again. You know what I mean? They've never ever got it as good as the first. Ever. Maybe with 3, because that does something different.
Yeah. It was close. I mean, I've said this numerous times, and I will keep going back to it. When you watch Halloween Kills and you watch them 78 segments in that movie, I was like, wow, I would love to see that sequel. You know, that where they're capturing that, because when I actually watched them sequences, I actually really got a big Halloween vibe from them sequences. They looked amazing. And I couldn't believe we didn't get one single 78 flashback in the new one. That was another. Wow.
Yeah. It's definitely a frustrating mini trilogy, this is. There's so many cool things they could have done, but they really just rushed it out at the end, especially with this last one. They should have took a little bit extra long with it, because they only shot it earlier this year. Apparently they had reshoots in the summer, changing the script to the last minute. They should have left it for another year and tried to have done something a little bit different. I didn't mind it, but I can see why a lot of people don't like it. The guy who they got to direct had big plans, but I don't think he knew what to do. I think after Halloween Kills, and some of the reviews weren't so generous for it, they thought, we've got to take it in a different direction. And with Halloween End, it feels like they've got 2 different scripts. Halloween one and a totally different film would just go like that. There you go, Halloween Ends.
Did I miss something in that movie as well? Just out of curiosity, I was meant to bring this up as well. But do you remember there was huge rumors going around that we knew that there was going to be a big time jump here? There was going to be a 4-year time jump. But do you remember they were also saying that we're going to incorporate COVID into it? Did that happen? Did I miss that? What was it that? Is that what happened? Did Michael Myers go into his house at the end of Halloween Kills and went, "Oh fuck this! There's rumors going around. There's COVID." I'm fucking off down to the tubers.
That's why he was in the sewers.
Yeah. I think I saw one guy in a hospital scene in Ends wearing a mask, and I think that was it.
Right.
That was
Yeah, and I
that was
think
the only time.
like in this one,
reference it.
it's the first Halloween since 2019. That's why. Yeah, because it's. That's about it. It didn't really make a big integral addition to the plot, like the rumor was saying.
Yeah.
But for me, I really did like Halloween 2018. I thought it was a really, really strong entry, reboot, requel, whatever you want to call it, that tried something different. And I really think it should have just ended there. With a few little tweaks, it could have just ended perfectly there on that night. Didn't need to have kills or ends, but obviously we need a trilogy. And this guy is now working on an Exorcist trilogy, with the first one coming out next year. Oh, joy.
Wonderful.
But look, don't get me wrong. There's no question about it. When you look at what he's done, there is a talented director there. There's no question about it. I do question maybe his writing abilities, but there is definitely a good director there. And I'm still interested to see what he's going to do with them Exorcist movies.
It's going to be interesting. I don't know about a trilogy, but again, we'll have to wait and see until we see it. But the flashback scenes to Halloween Kills were fantastic, and I just wish we had a film like that. It just feels like such a shame to have all that set up so wonderfully, only just for a few minute scenes where we could have had a nice film of it. And it definitely did feel like the old 78 version in that.
And as well, another thing we said as well when we walked out of the cinema, correct me if I'm wrong as well, but the Myers house wasn't even in the last movie either, was it?
Don't think so, no.
No, don't think so.
No. Criminal.
It's a baffling film with some of the choices it makes, and it's certainly striving conversation, because even after seeing it on Friday, I'm still thinking about it and still, well, a lot of people are still talking about it, and I think it will do for years to come. Definitely, you're right, Andy. It's the Last Jedi of the Halloween films.
Yeah. Actually, I hated Last Jedi because my expectations were so high for that film.
Yeah.
And it was such a disappointment. But I actually liked Halloween Ends because my expectations were so low. I actually got something out of it that I was entertained by. They're not great movies. Anything after Halloween 3 for me has never ever been great. I just get from them what I get from them. If I'm entertained, I'm entertained. Then they're not masterpieces. They'll never be as good as the first. They are what they are. And I
absolutely agree. I agree.
And if you get entertained by them, great. If you don't, you don't. Like Keith says, Resurrection and Halloween 2 are fucking god awful. They just are.
Rob Zombie Halloween 2.
Yeah. Rob Zombie Halloween 2. Yeah.
That's the one with the horse, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would love to see in this movie. I would have loved to have seen a white horse come in at the end of it, and for that, what's that new character's name in it? The little bastard in it. What's his name?
Corey.
Corey. I'd just love to see Corey get onto that white horse and then just fuck off, and fuck right out of my life for good.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Right. Moving on. We could talk about this film all night, I think. Rogue says, managed to pick up the now out of print Koyanzaki. I'm not even going to go there. And the Power Quatsi Arrow Academy box sets for £10 in a charity shop. That is a brilliant price for the Kornzaki and Kawasaki Arrow. I'm not even going there.
I'm impressed that you actually tried it for a second time.
Yeah. Have any of you guys heard of these films? I'm not pronouncing them again.
No.
Yeah, I might have done. I think Koinzaki. I think that might be the time skip movie.
Oh.
I could be mistaken. I'm not sure how it's spelt. But there's a movie from the 80s where all it is it's just 80 minutes of fast play time loop of like cities. That's all it is.
Okay.
I think that might be the movie. I could be wrong. But it's got like a similar spelling to it.
Yeah. Mike, you heard of these films?
I Possibly. I don't know if maybe they're just. I don't know if that's the correct spellings of them, unless it's something else. But yeah, I'm not too sure. I think I may have seen like the box sets advertised, but I'm not really too sure what they are.
Yeah. Well, if you're still in the comments, Rogue, just put in the comments what they're about. But to pick them up in a charity shop for 10 quid, Arrow box sets, hard to say no. Great deal there. We've got Soph here saying happy birthday for tomorrow, Mike.
Thanks, Soph.
Happy birthday, Mike.
Thanks, Keith.
Well, just in case I miss it.
Yeah.
And a happy belated birthday to you, Pete, because I did miss it.
Thanks, Keith. We've got Jason, the old millennial, here saying it was so fun talking about video games with you, Pete, last week. I started playing Zelda Link to the Past again this week and still had a blast playing with it. Oh, that's great to hear. It was great talking to you, Adam, last week on Adam's stream. It was a lot of fun and hope to do it again in the future. We've got the viewer Drew saying, hey, what's up? Hey, Drew.
Hey.
Drew.
Are you excited for Black Adam? Muted, not really. I'm probably more excited to see Halloween Ends again. DVD Bloke says hi. Hi mate, thanks for joining.
Hey.
We got the viewer Drew saying good news. Saw Underworld starring Kate Beckinsale. It was a good movie. Haven't seen the sequels. Kate Beckinsale's probably the best thing about those films. The sequels are definitely very, but I enjoy them mainly for Kate Beckinsale. But I do feel like they're very similar to the Resident Evil films in tone. Yeah. Do you want to go first, Keith?
I wasn't a fan of them. I like Resident Evil are more kind of guilty pleasure movies for me, but I think when it comes to Resident Evil, like I could watch that franchise and then put 10 years between watching them again. Where Underworld, I've probably seen 3 of them in the cinema and I've never watched them again. So, and I don't think I've seen the last one that came out either. So, just they weren't for me. And I think you're spot on what you said, Pete. I think Kate Beckinsale is by far the best thing in them.
Yeah, definitely. I haven't seen the last one yet, but I've heard very mixed things about it. They've never really done very well. Mike, what about you?
I've never ever seen them, but there's one reason that I would see them, and that's Kate Beckinsale.
Yeah. Andy?
Yeah, I think I've seen the first 3. The first one I think is pretty good for what it is, but I can't stand the color palette to those movies. They just depress the fuck out of me. And the 2 and 3 that I've seen bored the fuck out of me as well. Like they did nothing for me, those sequels.
The one thing I will say is, if I remember correctly, Part 3 is Kate Beckinsale's not in it, but her character is in it. It's the that movie with what's it called? Doomsday. Neil Marshall's Doomsday. The woman that's in that. The woman's in that is playing Kate Beckinsale. She could be her twin. They look identical to it. But I'm almost certain Kate Beckinsale is not in that third movie. I think it's her.
Okay.
From Doomsday. I'm nearly certain it is.
Wow, that's a surprise. I can't remember that. I'm intrigued now. I'll have to check it out.
That's right. I wouldn't mind the Underworld section is beside me, and I don't have the third movie. So I can't even check it. Yeah.
We got Rogue here saying watch Mothra versus Godzilla. Loved it. Classic Godzilla films are a lot of fun. Awesome. That's in your Criterion Collection version, isn't it, Rogue? You guys seen Mothra versus Godzilla?
I've not seen it yet.
No, I haven't seen it either.
What did you think of it, Mike?
Yeah, I remember enjoying it. There's so many Godzilla movies; they all kind of mold into one a little bit. But yeah, I remember enjoying it.
Oh, that's good to hear. Right, we've got Mike saying, a question for Andy. Is your ceiling stacked with movies too, or is it just a huge movie canvas? Whatever it is, would you mind if I ask what it is and what's on it?
What, the ceiling?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just
Oh yeah.
it's just movie posters that I made myself. Just about like there's about 219 different ones up there. But I tilt the camera up. Hang on. It's just like a complete.
Oh, that's
collage of
incredible.
movies, so
Wow.
yeah. Yeah, that's all it
That's
really
cool.
is, really. Just little tiny movie posters, just all stuck together. They're my favourite films.
No, that is cool. That is the wallpaper I would like to get from B&Q or something like that.
And all the posters that you got from like Arrow Video, you know, the small posters you got with them, is it just a lot of them?
Sort of, yeah. Sort of, yeah. Sort of, yeah.
So that's the use for them now. I've got hundreds of them. We've got Jason here saying congrats to 600 subs, Mike. Yeah, congratulations, Mike.
Wow, congrats.
Thanks.
Rogue says, also watched The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari in uni last week. Loved it so much, I pre-ordered the Eureka Master Cinema 4K box set. Very nice.
Is that the movie that John over at Mondo just recently reviewed?
Yeah, I think so.
Sounds familiar. Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
I think that movie turned 100 not too long ago.
Right.
Yeah.
Glad you enjoyed it, Rogue. Hope you enjoy your Eureka version. DVD and Film Bloke says, I only saw 2 films this past week, and all I can say they were both batshit crazy. I saw Section 3 Video Nasty Extra, which was great fun, just as I thought it was. It couldn't get more bizarre, it hit me. And saw a French animated film called La Planète Sauvage, Fantastic Planet, which I thought was great. It's basically a more bizarre and actual serious Monty Python cartoon. Oh, very nice.
Okay.
I haven't seen either of them. Have you guys seen Extra or Sausage Planet?
Well, as you can see right here is my Extra bust, but I haven't actually seen the movie yet.
Oh, wow. I can remember you showing off that bust in one of your videos. That's a cool bust.
It's ridiculously rare. There's only like 300 of them in the world.
Wow.
They're incredibly rare. And there's probably a reason to why they're incredibly rare, because there's probably only 300 idiots out there that's willing to own it. I don't know.
Oh, man. Are you seeing Extra, Andy?
Yeah. I quite like it, to be honest. I don't mind it. It's batshit crazy, but yeah, I do quite like it. That's all I can really say about it.
Good.
It's got to be seen to be believed, to be honest. Just one of them nuts sci-fi horror movies.
Oh, I think it is on Amazon Prime to watch, and I've seen The Alien, and I'm just like, okay, that looks interesting.
It's on, I think it's on Second Sight.
Yeah,
that's right.
It's in the black case,
I think Jason Brett sold his copy of it there very recently.
Yeah, I think he started to watch it and he wasn't a fan.
Right.
It just wasn't for him. Yeah.
Mike, have you seen Extra?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it as well. It's very, very weird, but very cheesy. But I liked it. It's got Mariam Darbo from like the Bond. She's the Bond girl in Living Daylights, and wow, I've never seen her in that kind of way in that movie. without saying anything more.
You don't have to.
Yeah. Oh, you've sold me already on it.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting those scenes in the film.
Yeah. I enjoyed the scenes. Probably my favorite part of the movie.
Wait, that'll be on now. My next review now.
I'll certainly be keeping an eye out for that film now.
The 2 boys who stole it to me without actually speaking.
DVD and Film Bloke says, question, are any of you looking forward to Halloween? Personally, I don't really care. What you mean, like the 31st?
The big
holiday. For me, never really been into it. I only just really use the excuse to watch more horror movies and horror video games. That's what I do. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, normally I'm not that bothered, but this year I'll be in America this
Oh, wow.
Halloween.
Oh,
I'm
that'd be
going away to Texas next week, and it'll be the first time I've been to America during Halloween. And I know Halloween is very, very big in America, so I'm looking forward to just experiencing it and see what it's like there.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
That's great. It sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, you have a great time.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
What about you, Keith? What about Halloween for you?
I love this time of year. I've said it in so many videos already. I love October. I love everything. I love how everything looks in October. You know, you go out for a walk. You know, you just have trees are beautifully orange. You know, the leaves everywhere. I love it, and I love Halloween. I love Halloween night. Myself and my fiance Ellen, we sit down. We get a lot of drink, and we sit down and we watch 5 movies. The same 5 movies every Halloween night. You know, there's our house here. There's a lot of activity. A lot of children doing trick or treating, and it kind of sets us up for the night. And we love it. As a matter of fact, on the 28th of what day am I? So next week, we're going to this kind of it's like a horror theme park. Where it's called Pharmaphobia. It's called. We went to it last year now, and we're going to start making it this kind of. It's going to be a bit of a tradition now with myself and Ellen, where you go in and there's 5 mazes, and each year it's different. You know, last year we had the Purge. You know, we had zombie hillbillies. There's actually a bit we were doing the zombie hillbillies. My sister and that was with us. And we were going through this maze. It was just in the middle of this cornfield, and all of a sudden, this hillbilly just jumps out in front of us, and he just says to us, "Have you seen my brother Cletus anywhere?" And then we were just standing there, and we are like, "No," and then all of a sudden, we could just hear a chainsaw, and then right down the bottom of the field, Cletus comes out with this chainsaw, and I'm not kidding you. There was 6 people around me, and then when he came out, I just know, and just everyone was gone. Nah, I was like, where the fuck is everyone gone? Gone. And so I'm like, I was shouting them, please come fucking back and don't fucking leave me by myself with fucking fetus and a fucking chainsaw. So they all bloody came back and used me as a fucking human shield. That's family for you, isn't it? Yeah. Holding me out front while the rest of them are able to run past them. So yeah, I love this time of year. Everything about it I love. I do. And I can't wait. I'm counting down the days for Halloween night.
Oh wow, that does sound like a really cool place to go to. And
it's around 30. It's €35. I think there's 5 mazes this year. I think there was a zombie morgue that we're going to go into. That sounds quite interesting, and it's fun. And I think if you embrace it, because every time you meet a character on your way around these mazes, if you actually they'll scare you, and then they'll have a story to tell you. And I think if you take in everything, I think you'll fully appreciate it. It's fun. It's great fun. And this year we have a load of people going with us. So looking forward to it. Yeah.
Sounds like a great way to spend a day. That is a lot of fun. Certainly get you into the spirit of the season.
That's it, yeah, absolutely.
What about you, Andy? What do you think of Halloween as a season?
Yeah, I think it's great. I think you, Pete, and Mike, I think we can agree that Halloween's great with it being our birthdays being in that month.
Yeah.
And,
happy birthday, Andy. If I missed it or not.
But yeah, no, I'm a bit like Keith. I think I'm getting into the habit. I binge watch I think 3 of your 5 movies on Halloween.
Yeah.
So I watch Halloween, Halloween 2, Halloween 3 back to back. And this year's going to be the first time I'm watching them in 4K. I can't wait. I've only seen Halloween. Yeah, I've only seen Halloween 2 on DVD. That's the only way I've watched that movie in full. And I've waited this year because I bought them a couple of months ago, and I'm waiting for Halloween night to watch them for the first time in 4K.
Oh wow! And
I can't wait.
Right.
Yeah, I love those 3 movies. They're just superb.
What time would you start? Around what time would you start watching them? Do you think?
Oh, I'll start watching them as soon as I get in from work. So I've probably
Okay.
finished work. I'll probably get in about 3:30, and then just like
Okay.
straight through.
Done.
Yeah.
Oh, sounds like a great plan.
Yeah. The trick or treaters can fuck off. I'm watching Halloween.
I think the trick or treaters kind of help me a bit. I find that they kind of get me in the mood a bit.
That's a couple of years ago, we had the whole fucking Jedi Council turn up. Yeah.
Oh wow. We do have a bowl of sweets for the kids, but nobody ever turns up, so it normally ends up to my dad eating them all. So that's why it goes.
We'd have over 100 children at least.
Wow.
It's very it's you know what, it's one of those things that I actually love, kind of going upstairs when it's really kicking in, where all the kids are out. I just love going upstairs and opening my window and just looking out and kind of just taking it all in.
Yeah.
And it kind of takes me back to my youth a bit, you know. So it's I love it.
Yeah. I was gonna say this as well. I don't know if you guys feel this way about it, but whenever I watch the first Halloween movie, do you ever feel like it's happening outside?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you ever just find yourself looking out the window going, is he out there? I just have this feeling that the movie's happening outside. I don't know why.
What's even worse with me, because I'm in this pod, so I'm away from the house.
Yeah.
So every time I watch Halloween, I always look out the window, and I'm hoping to see a silhouette of Michael Myers just standing at the house.
Yeah.
You know, it hasn't happened yet, but I'm kind of hoping maybe my brother will try and scare the shit out of me this year and do it for me, because that does stick with me. So yeah, I'm exactly like you.
Yeah, I just get this feeling that it's all happening outside. Yeah.
You're sitting in your room and you're like, "Jeez, thank God I don't have to go to the hospital tonight."
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right there. It definitely feels like it could be on a normal everyday neighborhood, don't it?
Yeah.
With the first film. We have Peter McCluskey here saying, "Hi everyone. Are any of you looking forward to the 4K version of Planes, Trains and Automobiles next month? The original Blu-ray is poor, so hoping for a big upgrade. One of my favorites." So Keith, you want to go first?
Oh, absolutely. Oh my God, it's one of my favorite 80s comedies. It's not your, like, that movie can leave me in tears laughing, but then it can also just leave me in tears as well. It can be very emotional at times. And I absolutely 100% agree with what Peter said as well. The Blu-ray is shocking. And even if the 4K is somewhat poor, I know it's going to be such a marked improvement over that Blu-ray. It looks terrible. It does. So any kind of an improvement over that Blu-ray is going to be a win for me. So that's a day one purchase for me. I just cannot wait to, and I always watch it in November as well. And it's coming out in November, so it's great.
Perfect timing. I've never seen it before. Never seen it. But I ended up getting a digital copy on Google Play for like 50p in the summer, so I'm going to watch it next month in November. So see what it's like. I've heard nothing but amazing things.
Yeah.
Andy, you going to get it on 4K?
I might do. To be honest, I didn't know it was coming out on 4K. But yeah, it's top 3 John Hughes for me. That movie, it's up there with The Breakfast Club and Ferris Bueller. It's just such a wonderful film. Probably the best Thanksgiving movie. I think we've got. It's just great, that film. Just the chemistry that Steve Martin and John Candy have is incredible.
John Hughes done another fantastic Thanksgiving movie called Dutch. Have you seen that?
No.
You've never seen Dutch?
No, not Dutch.
Wow.
No.
I think it's called Drive Me Crazy. I think it has 2 names. It's Drive Me Crazy or Dutch. I think Dutch is the American name. It's your man Ed O'Neill from Married with Children. He's the main star of it, and oh my God, if you love Planes, Trains, you're going to love this movie as well. They're close. Now,
Okay,
very close
I'll
to
check
each other.
that
It
out,
really
yeah.
is that good. It is definitely worth checking out.
Yeah.
Oh. And what about you, Mike? Will you be getting it on 4K?
Yep, 100%. It will probably be a day one purchase for me. I don't tend to buy 4Ks on day one. I like to wait until they go a bit cheaper. But yeah, I love that movie, and I can't wait to own it on 4K. And I think also, I think I've read that they've managed to find about like 70 minutes worth of deleted footage that they're
Oh,
like
wow.
including as a special feature, and I really can't wait to see that, because I think when they originally shot the movie, the original cut of it was 3 hours long, and they ended up cutting like half of the
Right.
movie. So I can't wait to see that footage.
Oh, wow. That sounds like an impressive 4K release. What's it coming out middle of next month then, just before
I think it's near the
Thanksgiving?
end of. I think it's around the 26th of November.
Oh, that's good. I know there's quite a few, like, they're bringing out the, what is it now, the National Lampoon's Christmas
Oh.
one as well on 4K, and a few other Christmas ones at the same time.
Some of my
So-
favorite Christmas films are getting released early. I think it's Polar Express is getting released. Holiday Inn is getting released as well. Another
I
great
think
movie.
Christmas Story isn't it?
Christmas Story. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great movie.
Yeah, I love that
Still
film.
haven't seen. I still haven't seen National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. That's another one.
So it's
John
always
Hughes
on
is
like
behind that movie as
ITV2.
well.
What
Sorry,
you-
Andy.
I was going to say it's always on like ITV2 around Christmas time.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
And
I'm
it
gonna
is.
make
I
sure
think that's
record
written.
it.
That movie is written by John Hughes as well, isn't it?
Yeah, Home Alone as well. Yeah.
I'll definitely keep an eye on it and record it this year. Or get the box set, because you get the Blu-ray box set with it in.
Yeah, you get the 4 films. And,
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be good. Rogue says, I finally watched Brian De Palma's Sisters for the very first time. It's a very gripping story. It's also Psycho-inspired.
Oh wow.
Andy, you seen it?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It's a very creepy movie, and it's a bit of an unsung De Palma masterpiece, that one. Yeah.
Is that one of his first ones?
Yeah, it's a very, I think it's 72, that movie.
Oh.
Yeah, it's definitely one of his early ones.
Oh. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, it's been a while since, I think it's probably like 10 years was probably the last time I saw it. But yeah, I remember it was really good. And yeah, it definitely does have that Psycho vibe. I think it has the same composer from Psycho doing the music for that one. So yeah, it does feel very similar to Psycho.
Oh, that sounds really interesting. Isn't it already on Arrow?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you seen it, Keith?
I was just looking at my Arrow collection. I do own the movie, and I think I did see it the day I bought it on Arrow, but for the life of me, I'm drawing a blank on it. I cannot remember it. So I need to actually revisit that one, I think. I'm just I'm nearly certain I do have it. So yeah, I might actually check that out in the next couple of days.
Oh, cool. Is it out of print on Arrow? I think it is, isn't it?
I'm not sure.
Oh, I wouldn't have a clue now.
I think it is, possibly.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it about. Right, we have Tim Yong-O Productions. Hey all, glad to watch another one of these things. Have you all seen Park Chan-wook's latest film, Decision to Leave? I got to see it at Chicago Film Fest and it was great. Haven't seen it, but I really want to. I think it's on the movie label over here. Really like Park Chan-wook's work, and this is one of the ones I'm really looking forward to watching. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I really want to see that. I like Park Chan-wook, great director. I'll see it as soon as I can.
Yeah. Andy?
Yeah, I've not heard of it, but I'll go and see it if it's by the sounds of it. Sounds pretty good.
And Keith?
Yeah, I'm the same. I never heard tell of it before, so yeah, one to look out for.
Yeah.
Carlos says, I'm guessing Keith will be spitting plenty of flames tonight after watching Halloween Ends.
You should see my house. I had to take my anger out in something. The house done the job for me. That's why I wanted to come onto the stream tonight. I just wanted to vent out to somebody.
Yeah.
No one would listen to me in the house. They were like, "Shut the fuck up." And that's why I needed someone to listen to me.
Oh, dear. DVD Film Bloke says, not too long ago I got the Eureka Blu-ray of Fright Night and I can't wait to watch it. Awesome. Same here.
That's great.
Yeah.
I know, Andy, you said something about a documentary or something that's already on the Blu-ray. Rooster, You're So Cool or something.
Yeah, is it the Brewster You're So Cool documentary?
Yeah.
Yeah. I watched that after Mike recommended it, and it was a superb documentary.
Great.
Yeah, just wonderful. I learned so many different things about it. Like, it's not really a spoiler, this, but there's a bit where Jerry's eating fruit, like he's eating an apple, and he did that because he realized that bats ate a lot of fruit. So that's when he did research into it. So he was like, he wanted to bring that to it. He said, I'll just try and, if bats eat a lot of this kind of fruit, I'll just do it as part of the character.
Right.
It's just lots of like little interesting tidbits about that. I think Tom Holland made all the cast write essays about their characters as well. And Stephen Jeffries, who plays Evil Ed, refused to do it. He just felt like I didn't need to do it, and his agent gave him a load of stick for it. But yeah, there's lots of little tidbit fun bits in that, and it's a great documentary that goes along with the movie. Yeah, a lot of fun.
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, I'll have to watch the film and then watch it. I was going to ask you, what did you guys think of the remake with David Tennant and Colin Farrell of Fright Night?
I didn't hate it, but I kind of. I think sometimes when people go into these movies thinking, I think people actually want that obviously think that it's going to be as good as the original, and when it's nothing near as good as it, they just instantly hate it. Where I'm kind of I can look past all that kind of bullshit and just take it on face value, and I thought it was okay. I thought Colin Farrell was pretty good in it. I think there was a rumor going around that he actually was biting people during some of them scenes in that movie. So yeah, I didn't hate it. It's not the best thing I've ever seen, but I've seen worse.
Oh, okay. Andy, what about you?
Yeah, I'm with Keith on this one. It was all right. It's nowhere near as good as the original. But it was just fine for what it is. The only bit I really remember about it is the Chris Sarandon cameo. That's really the only bit that sticks out to me. Yeah, that's yeah. I just remember not hating it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. That sounds good. And Mike, what's your opinions on it?
I've never seen it. Never had much of a desire to watch it. But from what I've heard from people, a lot of people say it's not one of the worst remakes out there, and that it's okay. So I'll try and see it at some point, but I've just never had much of a desire.
Oh, that's cool.
Actually, a decent little cast behind that movie as well. When you think about it, like Toni Collette and
Anton
yeah.
I was looking at the cast on it, and I was like, "Wow, what a cast!" Especially for like a remake of like a classic horror film. Really good. Wasn't there like a direct-to-video sequel to that though?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I've not seen it, but I do remember. Yeah.
We've got Sophia saying, Keith, I loved Halloween Ends. Had a lot of fun with it.
I'm I'm happy for you, Sophie. People like it out there.
Yeah.
So it's great that you've enjoyed it.
Yeah, at least some people enjoyed it. That's the main thing. Right. We've got Dr. Impossible says, you look seriously pissed, Keith. I watched the said film and hit the Battenberg cake pretty heavy afterwards. Hollywood. Sorry, evening.
Oh God! I said it to the boys just before we went out to the stream. The movie was on around an hour, and I don't know how he done it, but Michael Myers just appeared in the theater. No one seen him walking in, which was very creepy. He just appeared. It was almost like he was beamed in. And for 5 minutes, this fella was just causing havoc. He was just sitting down beside. You should have seen people. There was women jumping over seats to get away from him. And for 5 minutes, we were in the whole arena was just in tears laughing. at this Michael Myers doing the rounds, and it was the best bit of the movie because it was able to take my fucking eyes off the screen for 5 minutes and watch this fella entertain me. So yeah, at least I got a good memory from it.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds entertaining. They probably thought, oh, people are bored, let's try and liven things up.
I'll tell you one thing though, he sat beside my brother. So he was literally sitting 3 seats away from me. And you know, a lot has to be said when it comes to darkness, because I'm not kidding you, when everyone started flashing and you actually seen his mask, it was one of the worst looking Michael Myers masks I've ever seen. And I actually was going to do it because I done a video tonight because I got the latest Halloween collection on 4K, and I was going to show some of the clips, but his mask looked just so bad that I could not put it into my video. It was hideous, and I don't know where he got it from, but Jesus Christ! Not only could you see his eyes, but you could start to see parts of his nose and everything. It was just the eyes were that big on it. You know, yeah. It was
wow.
That's what I'm saying. But thankfully, of course, it was in the cinema, so you couldn't see all the details until the flashing started.
Oh wow! I know Evander from Sly Reviews did his own little video for Halloween, and
Yeah, I've seen it.
he dressed up as Michael Myers. That was very entertaining. Some of the reactions he's got were priceless.
There's actually someone as well, by the way. I don't know if you're interested, but somebody done a short movie. It's on YouTube. It's called Halloween Inferno, and these two lads done a 45-minute short Halloween movie, and it's actually doing the rounds now, where the people are saying that it's actually better than most of the recent Halloween movies that we got. Now, I actually watched the start of it, and these boys are talented. They are seriously talented directors, and go on YouTube, check it out. And Halloween Inferno. I think you'll be impressed.
Oh, definitely will check that out. That sounds good. A lot of these fan movies are definitely much more better than the real things.
Yeah.
Well, these ones in particular now look like they were professionally made.
Oh, really? Oh,
very impressed.
Check it out. DVD and Film Bloke says actually Fright Night and Child's Play have a connection because they share a director, Tom Holland, not the Spider-Man one, and both star Chris Sarandon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I watched Child's Play last night.
Oh wow,
the first one.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that one. That's good.
Yeah.
For years and years, I was terrified of Chucky. I did not like it because I remember when I come downstairs. No, I was around my stepbrothers. They put it on when I was about 3 or 4 years old, and it terrified me. So I've always been a bit pessimistic watching it. But I watched the first one and really liked it.
That's a good movie.
The second one was good as well. I did enjoy that one, but the first one had a different tone to it, and I wasn't expecting that tone of detective drama sort of like thing. And just dug it.
Yeah. I enjoyed the first 3. I think when Tiffany started getting brought into it, that's when it kind of lost me.
Yeah. It's probably the worst of the franchise, but I actually don't mind Seed of Chucky.
Right.
as god awful as it is, I do get a kick out of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Have any of you guys seen the TV show Chucky yet?
No.
Just haven't got the interest.
I watched half of it, and this is somebody who hasn't seen half the films. It was all right, but it was very teen drama-y, and there weren't a lot happening. But I've heard a lot of people are liking this new series more, so it's probably worth a watch.
I've got to be honest, I don't think Chucky belongs in a TV show.
No, I agree.
It's a movie property. It's a movie thing.
Yeah.
Should stay.
The only thing I will say about that is I probably would have said the exact same thing about Evil Dead. But
okay, yeah, because I've heard
as for Evil Dead kind of worked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing
but
is,
I do agree with you, though, Andy.
Yeah.
It was just seeing Chucky in like a school setting with all the teenagers hanging out. It was just like, why is Chucky doing in like Biker Grove? It was just like a really daft thing to do.
Yeah.
But there you go.
I watched.
I don't know.
Sorry, I said
I
was watching the first film last night, and I don't know if you guys remember like the doctor in it who's like trying to like convince Andy like he looks like the love child of David Frost and Gary Busey. I don't know why. I just had that. I just couldn't get that image out of my head when I was like,
Oh dear.
I was just watching it like, oh yeah, just the combination of those two actors met together. I was like, oh, yeah.
It was like me watching Friday the 13th last night. One of the counsellors looked like Linguini from Ratatouille. He had the hair and the nose. I thought it was him for a second. Oh dear.
Oh God.
We've got Jason, the old millennial, here saying, "Do you have a favourite stop-motion animated movie? I really liked Box Trolls. That was a good one. I liked that one. Same studio that did Kubo and the Two Strings and Coraline, I think.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I must admit, Coraline's one of my favourites. It's such a
Yeah,
great
it's great.
film. Yeah.
I enjoyed that as well, Pete.
Mike, what about you?
I've got a huge soft spot for Tim Burton's Frankenweenie, the one with the dog.
Yeah.
I love that film. I just think it's so sweet, such a sweet movie.
Corpse Bride's also a really good one from Tim Burton's. Yeah. Keith?
I actually agree with your pick, Caroline. I was really surprised by that. It's not a movie for children. I still stand by that. It's definitely not a movie for children. And I had a great time with it.
Yeah, definitely. It's good fun. Andy?
Mine's the first movie I ever saw at cinema, Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh, classic. Do love that film. Rogue Review says Tom Holland also wrote the screenplay and the script for Psycho 2.
That's right, yeah.
Oh, love that film. One of the best sequels, about one of the underrated ones. Watched it earlier this year.
He directed The Langoliers as well.
Yeah.
Stephen King one.
Yeah.
And Finner as well, another Stephen King one.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
He's done some good work, then.
Has he got a small role in Psycho 2 as well? I don't know if
really?
He's one of the cops, isn't he?
Yeah.
Right. Jason Pratt only just seen that for the first time there recently as well. He loved it.
Yeah.
Psycho 2. He did a video
really
for,
liked it,
yeah. I think it was Soph that was on about it. She was saying how good it was, and then I got the Blu-ray, and Jason also got it.
Yeah. I just like anything with Dennis Franz. I love that actor. He's just the best thing about Die Hard 2, I think.
Yeah.
We've got Tim Jong-un Productions saying, "What are your favourite films of 2022 so far?" Do you want to go first, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot that I haven't seen, but I think the one I probably enjoyed the most, it's probably an obvious answer, but probably Top Gun Maverick. Yeah, really enjoyed it. Not a movie that has much substance, shall we say, but it was just a spectacle, just a fantastic action movie, and yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I agree there. What about you, Keith?
Probably my favorite movie this year. I'm embarrassed to say this. I still haven't seen Top Gun, but I'm going to remedy that very soon. But my best film so far this year, I only just watched it there 2 weeks ago. The Black Phone. Yeah, I was blown away by that movie. Oh my God, I the expectations were high for it, but my God, they exceeded even my highest of expectations. Ethan Hawke, even though you couldn't even see him, like, it's just every time he came into the room, you are just so terrified for this child that he was going to do something. It was just such a wonderful movie, and it's the director of Sinister as well. The two of them seem to make a good pairing to do, and I'd like to see more from them in the future. And I'm hoping, don't do a sequel, please don't do a sequel to that movie. Leave it alone. Do something else.
Yeah, I've heard so many great things about Black Phone. I really need to give it a watch. I love Sinister.
Concept of the movie is fantastic.
Isn't it based on a short story written by Stephen King's son? I've heard.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Oh, I will definitely have to pick up on Blu-ray soon. It's a shame it didn't get a 4K release. I thought that would have done.
I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know why it didn't. To be honest, maybe it's one of them movies that might necessarily have lent well to 4K. Because let's face it, a lot of it is held in a basement.
Could
It
be.
kind of reminds me a bit of Saw. If you ever seen Saw on 4K, it's not a great looking 4K transfer because of the movie itself. So maybe that's
Could
why.
be. Or it could be like Malignant, and we'll release it about 3 to 6 months later.
Well, there you go as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's another possibility.
That's a new thing, isn't it? It seems to be
Yeah.
a thing now because Moonfall's done it as well.
X as well. X is coming out in
Oh,
4K.
Oh, wow.
Actually, I didn't buy any of them. Bar Black Hole, that is.
Yeah. And what about you, Andy? What are some of your favourites of the year?
Yeah, Black Phone, Top Gun, superb. I really like Bullet Train and Nope. I had a great time with them.
Oh, Nope. Yeah, I've covered that.
Yeah. Everything Everywhere All at Once was one I really enjoyed. The Nicolas Cage movie, obviously The Unbearable Weight of a Massive Talent. That was a lot of fun. And Halloween Ends. Yeah. No,
you just had to put that fucking thing at the end, didn't you?
No, I'm gonna say instead of that, I'm gonna say Smile because that was great. Yeah,
I'm going to that now on Tuesday. I am so.
That movie terrified the fuck out of me.
Good. That's what I want to hear. Yeah, good.
Yeah, it was creepy as hell. Yeah.
Oh, great.
Unfortunately, when I went to see it, the experience was more horrific than the film. I had to leave after 20 minutes. It was dreadful. Loads of kids were playing up, having a fight and everything, shouting and screaming. You could not watch the film, so I thought, out, go. Thankfully, I got my money back, so I'm just going to watch it when it goes to streaming. That's really kind of put me off going to the cinemas, at least locally, because you pay this money to see the film, and then to get that, it's like, I'd rather just stay at home. Invest into a 4K player and just get a 4K and get the best experience at home.
I tend to wait. Now Halloween it couldn't be helped. That had to be watched right from the get go. But the likes of, like I said, Smile and all that, I was more than happy to wait for a couple of weeks to pass because I know now when I go see this on Tuesday, the cinema will be empty. It will. So it's shocking that you have to do that.
Yeah. I'm sure it was on a Sunday, and it was in the morning, like something about 9 or 10 o'clock, because my cinema does really like early openings. And I was really busy. I was surprised for a Sunday, and it was just like kids galore causing issues, which I'm pretty certain the film's an 18, but they got in. Hopefully next time we go to the cinema, it won't be like that.
Yeah, please God.
My showing was fairly dead. There was maybe about 6 people there.
Wow.
That's good too. Right, for some of my favourite films of the year, I'm going to say I want to include The Batman. I really enjoyed that, especially on the second watch. Everywhere, All at Once. Loved that. The guy, Short Round, I thought he was fantastic in that. Loved him in that. Also, Top Gun. Probably the best thing that Hollywood's dumped out in the past 10 years. It's just so much fun. And I really enjoyed Men, that Alex Garland film. I know a lot of people didn't like it, but for some reason it just clicked, and I really enjoyed it.
Still haven't seen that one yet.
It's very out there, the final 10, 15 minutes of it. But I don't know, it just worked for me.
Just waiting for it to come down in price.
So am I. Yeah. It's still 15 quid. I'm just like, go 10 quid and I'll get you.
Did I not see a 4K release of that movie? I'm almost certain Amazon Germany are doing a 4K release of that movie.
Okay.
Probably. I know over here it's just the Blu-ray and DVD.
Yeah. I'm almost certain it is, yeah.
I picked up Scream 5 the other day, so I'm going to give that a rewatch and see if my opinion on it changes a bit. I thought it was all right, but... Another one of Keith's favourites.
Bring on Scream 6. Let's see what kind of stupid ass shit you can bring to this movie.
I agree there. I'm not really that bothered about Scream 6, but here we go. We're going to have another one next year, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm definitely not falling down that trap. That's not a cinema watch. That'll be bought. I'm not going to see it. I'm not going to fall for that shit again.
Yeah. For me, the biggest thing that pissed me off for that film is the motive. Once I found out the motive, I was like, "Oh, fuck off," and I walked off. I turned the TV off and fuck this shit. I walked out. Oh dear. Moving on, we have Arthur saying, "Are you on the chase now?" For some reason, a lot of that, but we've got the Reva Drew saying, "Aside from Pulp Fiction, with Samuel L. Jackson performance, do you like more Zeus in Die Hard 3 or Nick
Great.
Fury in Marvel Cinematic Universe?" So Die Hard 3 or MCU? I'm going to say Die Hard 3. I really enjoyed him in that. Probably my favourite of the Die Hards, by the first one. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I'm going to say Die Hard 3 as well. He's really funny in it. There's just like so many moments when he's just like, McClane! Like, it's like every time he does that, I just burst out laughing. And,
Yeah.
Oh, he's definitely the best part of that film. I love that film a lot.
I love the bit with when McClane says to him, "You don't like me because you're a racist." It's just his reaction to it is brilliant. I love him in that movie. I do.
Yeah. Perfect matching with Bruce Willis in that film.
No, it really is. Made that movie.
Yeah. Same with you, Andy? Die Hard 3?
Yeah, Zeus. Yeah. I love it when he keeps calling him Jesus and he's like, "Do I look Puerto Rican to you?"
Well, he say something else, doesn't he? Like Zeus. Yeah. I don't remember thunderbolt up your ass. Zeus.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to watch Die Hard 3 now.
No, it's such a great movie.
It's such a good film. Oh god, thank God John McTiernan came back for that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dr. Impossible says, "I read an article a little while back about Chris Sarandon and Michael Winner on the horror film from the 77, The Sentinel. Sarandon had some words to say about how he treated some of the disabled actors."
I've never seen that movie. I've actually have it here in my collection. I haven't actually watched it. I never heard anything about that.
No, I haven't heard of the film. Mike, what about you?
No, I don't know anything about that, to be honest.
No. Same with you, Andy?
Yeah, no, not heard of it, I'm afraid.
Next up, we've got John here from Mondo Chelovec Movies. Have a great stream, lads. I'm at work, but I'm diving in and out. Thanks for joining, John.
Hey, John.
Hey, John.
DPD from Bloke says, happy Halloween. Halloween, happy Halloween, Silver, Shamrock. Can help it.
Sorry, I'm just doing that. Sorry.
Oh. I watched something about Halloween 3, even though I haven't seen it, and that song come up, and I must admit, it's stuck in my head for the rest of the day. Yeah. It's quite catchy.
Yeah.
I don't think it's in that. I don't think it's in that movie enough.
Yeah. Yeah. On the DVD I've got of Halloween 3, it just plays it over the menu over and over and over and over and over again. And on Halloween 2, it just plays Mr. Sandman over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah. I did that one night before we had the Blu-ray and the 4K, that DVD you're talking about.
Yeah.
I remember one night Ellen was sitting beside me and I just had the menu on, and I kept it on just to see how long it would take for her to turn around and go, "Will you press fucking play?" And that. And I'm telling you one thing, I got nearly 10 minutes.
Wow.
Before she said
wow.
Oh. We've got Andy Like Stuff here says, I gave Halloween Ends 6 out of 10 to watch it again. I think it might get a 7. That's fair enough. I'd say it's about 5 or 6 out of 10 for me as well.
I give it around a 3 out of 10, and I think when I watch it again, I'll give it a 2.
Yeah. What about you, Mike? What would you give it out of 10?
I gave it a 5, and it'll probably stay at a 5. Or it might go lower. I'm not sure.
Humble Columbus here says, "Hi guys, Big Mel from EastEnders versus Michael Myers. That's a film I like to watch." Oh, for fuck's sake, I remember her in that Hellboy film where she popped up. I was like, what the fuck is this? And then you had Masood from EastEnders as well. It's like, what's this Hellboy crossover with EastEnders? Oh dear. That's probably a fan film that'll eventually happen, Humble Columbus. DVD from Film Bloke says EastEnders would be worth watching. Michael Myers came in and murdered everyone.
Including the writers and the producers, and just rid us of that fucking show.
Mm.
Or better yet, stick him in Love Island.
Oh, fuck.
Wow.
Oh, dear.
Ratings would never be higher.
No, it'd probably be the only time I'd watch it.
Yeah.
Dodder Impossible says, but Winner was always a shitty individual when it came to treating city people on set. Burt Lancaster had a feud with him, but Bronson would have told him to jump on his Colt 45.
Yeah.
Oh. Always thought Michael Winner was a restaurant critic. Was he a restaurant critic as well? Well, I'm thinking of somebody else.
I always thought he just did adverts for years.
Yes, that's where I thought he
I didn't know he was like a movie director. I was like, what?
Yeah, I can remember the adverts in the early 2000s with him on, and then I was like, hang on, that guy directed Death Wish? What the fuck's happened here?
Yeah.
What's happened to made him have such a career drive from Death Wish to presenting crappy adverts?
Yeah.
Oh dear. DVD from Film Bloke says, by the way, have any of you got Silver Shamrock masks for the Silver Shamrock telethon? I got mine. I can't wait. I sure hope nothing horrible happens.
I know Keith's got his.
Yeah, I have, and I still refuse to put them on. I have them. Yeah, I have my 3. I had to take them out of this room during the summer months. I was kind of worried that they might get damaged. These masks, they're like the real thing. They'll only last for so long, so you want to protect them as much as you can. So, yeah. So I'll break them out now on Halloween night and have them sitting beside me.
Oh, sounds great. DVD from Film Bloke says they're planning a new Halloween film, Halloween: The Hunt for Cash.
There you go.
It'll probably be Halloween Reborn or Halloween Rebirth or something.
In all fairness, people are saying that this is all cash grabs and all that, but you know what? Why not? If it was you that was in charge, chances are you'd do the exact same. So, if there's money to be made, by all means, make money. But yeah, that I never get affected by that. I never when people try and say, these movies are making money and they'll always keep making them because they're making money. And I was like, oh, grand. That gives us more Michael Myers. Happy days. Maybe someday we'll get that diamond in the rough Halloween movie that will rival. Well, I was going to say the first one, but might rival the fourth one.
Yeah.
Carla says 5.5 for Halloween Ends. It's obvious they didn't have enough stronger storylines for a trilogy. The second movie had way too much filler. Corey should have been in the second movie. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, so we had a bit more understanding who he was. He's just some random dude. We got Gary here, the Blu-ray addict, saying, hi all, hope you're all doing okay. I'll be definitely listening to you tonight. Hey, Gary, thanks for joining me. Humble Columbus says, Pete, I'm loving your dad's snack updates. Actually made me hungry last week. Anything to Well, I bought a tub of Cadbury Heroes for Christmas, and my dad's already opened them and tried them all, and that was like a pre-Christmas testing to see if they were all right for Christmas. But he's at them all and just left the wrappers in there. We had a massive bag of 30 crisps on Saturday. They all went on the Monday. Yes. And we've got another 30 pack there, and they're halfway through, so quite a few gone. Carlos says, and should have been less complicated and kept simple. The Strodes versus Myers. The mask scene was a slap in the face for the character.
The mask scene. Yeah. Again, I can't really talk too much about it because I don't want to spoil it for anyone. But yeah, I've said what I needed to say about it.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to say what you want to say without spoiling it, but I'm trying best to not spoil
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
But let's just say it's going to keep for many debates for years to come, I think. Gary says, did Keith keep your order for Rambo set? It does look very impressive going by Zappy unboxing on YouTube.
No, I didn't get it, and I think there's going to be another delay because I went on. It was meant to be out this Monday, and no sign of it being dispatched. And I went onto their website, and now all of a sudden the release date is removed. There's no release date for it. So if this is delayed again, this will be the 4th time it was delayed.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's nothing
I
happening.
know the steelbooks have come out because I've seen people unbox the steelbooks.
Yeah. I checked my bank account and everything, and the money is not even pending. So if the money is not pending, that means they're not even close to sending this out to me. So
because there's 2 sets, isn't there? Like a £70 and £100 set.
Yeah, I got the 100 one. They're an absolute disaster. I would any normal website I would have emailed them to find out what was going on, but what's the point? They're not going to let me know. They're not going to say anything.
Oh, I'm having a similar issue with Arrow with the Henry replacement disc.
Right.
I've been telling Mike about this. I did manage to get it, and I got it for a pretty decent price, so that's not the main thing. But I've been trying for the past month and a half to try and get a replacement. I keep messaging them. Oh, well, you'll hear back in 2 or 3 days. I've had that for about a month. Thankfully, today I got through to somebody through Instagram on Arrow, and apparently mine is now going to be dispatched in the next wave of replacements. But I even had somebody told me to go and rebuy the film in the new release pressing. And I'm like, no, because I bought it from Amazon. They were saying I weren't allowed to have a replacement, but you can buy it from anywhere as long as you've got proof of purchase, which I did. So it's baffling, the customer service there. Because Arrow is savvy.
I have to give Zavi a bit of credit though, because I did get this through the door, and it's actually I haven't seen the movie yet, but it's a beautiful release.
Ex Machina.
Yeah. This is actually a lovely release they brought out. So looking forward. Oh mother Jesus! I just noticed there's a rip on the fucking spine.
Oh no!
I don't know if you can sort of see it's going. There's just a crease going across it right here. I don't know. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I can sort of see it. Yeah.
Fuck it anyway. Jesus fucking Christ.
But Zavi sends them in big boxes now, don't they?
I tell you what happened with my box today. It was actually in a cardboard box, and I like literally grabbed it like that, and the bottom just came out of it, and the film just fell out. It did.
Oh, wow.
Jesus.
I think I said this when I was on a stream with John. I said, when you order something from Zavi, it looks like it's been delivered by fucking Ace Ventura.
I didn't even notice that. I cannot believe I've not seen that.
I've been seeing people getting like Zavi steelbooks sent in a huge, great big box with loads of wrapping paper, and I'm just like, what? But I know Amazon are getting pretty bad with their packaging. I had that female prisoner Scorpion box set delivered yesterday, and that was in like a cardboard bag, and it was so flimsy, and it actually damaged the box, which was a bit disappointing. And I had an indicator delivered from Amazon, and when I got it, the case was all cracked. It's just like, because they're using not so tough materials for the packaging, they're cracking easily, and the cases aren't so strong now because they're thinner plastic.
You know, I just fucking realised as well, I can't even fucking leave that back now because it's sold out. It just dawned on me.
Dr. Impossible says, will this Halloween ends ever ends? Personally couldn't give a flaming flying pumpkin. No counters, licking lips with a very nice payday, almost like winning the lottery 75 times.
Can't blame him. Why not?
No. Yeah, because he gets royalties off it, don't he?
I am sure he does.
Yeah.
They said that. I remember seeing the making of The Fog, the remake of The Fog, and they asked him what was your producing duties during The Fog, and he says, "Well, I put my hand out, and they filled it with money, and that's it."
Yeah.
That is the best answer ever.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like I let him off because he's paid his dues and he's created so many movies we all
Yeah.
love. You know,
Absolutely.
he's allowed to do that now, I think.
Yeah.
yeah, I agree. Carlos says you can bet they'll do a prequel of Michael Myers as a kid onto his time in prison, like the Bates Motel series.
Yes, don't say that. Don't. No.
Yeah.
Coming to a streaming platform near you.
There's like
Yeah.
he's meant to be like just sitting there silent, not doing anything for like 15 years. Like, what story is there for that prequel series?
Watching paint dry for 15 hours.
Yeah. Even Dr. Loomis says, like, I just couldn't get through to him in the
Yeah.
hospital.
Mm.
Absolutely.
There's no story to tell there.
No.
Oh, they're going to say, there is. It's going to be the next Shawshank Redemption. It'll be.
But we'll probably find out who gave them the car lessons, the driving lessons.
We've got Marvel fan here saying, "Hey guys, hey Marvel fan, hope you're doing well." Got Alan Scouser here. Hi guys, hope you're all okay. Nice to see Keith as a special guest tonight.
Hey Alan, thanks mate. I appreciate that.
Alan.
Hey Alan, thanks for the parcel you sent me today. Really appreciate it. The video will be up later this week. Andy says, rest in peace, Robbie Coltrane. What are the first memories of him, film and TV wise? For me, TV was comic strip and film Kroll. Oh yeah, he's in that. Forgot about that. Yeah, very sad news to hear he passed away late last week. For me, and I think for a lot of people my age, it's probably Hagrid in Harry Potter. But TV-wise, Cracker, the Scottish detective, and also Zukowski in the Bond films.
Yeah, Goldeneye.
Yeah, and The World Is Not Enough, is it?
Yeah.
Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I think for me it was probably Goldeneye, like as Zukowski. Yeah. That's like my earliest memory, and also the one Cracker, what you mentioned, Pete. I remember there was an episode about Hillsborough and Liverpool in that series, and I remember seeing that as a kid. And even though I didn't really understand it, I just remember I was like, "Whoa, what the hell is this?" But yeah,
definitely. Keith, what about you?
I think my first memory, and I might be very wrong with this, because GoldenEye would definitely be up there, but I'm almost certain he makes a cameo in National Lampoon's European Vacation.
Yeah,
if I remember correctly. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I've heard something about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Clark Griswold's wife is in Ellen is in the bathtub, and he thinks that she's coming onto him or something like that. I think it's something like that. So that's my first memory of him.
And what about you, Andy?
Yeah, there's loads of stuff I think I saw him in. Obviously, Cracker, Harry Potter, Goldeneye. But I remember him from Mona Lisa.
I was thinking he was in that, weren't he?
And Nuns on the Run. It's great. That's a great
film.
Yeah.
Very gifted actor who will definitely be missed.
Yeah, definitely.
Rogue Review says, I only brought The Fury and Raising Cain to complete my Brian De Palma collection. Yeah, there's quite a few Brian De Palma films on Arrow. I still want to get the one you on about, Andy, Phantom of the Paradise.
God, I love that film. Yeah. It's one of my, it's going up there. It's like one of my favorite musicals. That I just love that movie.
What sold me is her from Suspiria's in it, and I'm just like, yeah. So I'll have to give it a go. Dr. Impossible says, sad news about the lovely Kay Parker. If Cora's in the chat, he'll know who I am on about. Indeed, beautiful woman. Kay Parker. Don't know who she is. Do you guys know who she is?
Oh,
I think a name rang. I remember a name coming up in the news. I think.
Right. Yeah. That is sad, but my internet history is going to be a bit dodgy now. She was a pornographic actress. So,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
very sad news. Right. Carlos says David Gordon Green is signed up to do an Exorcist trilogy. I guess the Halloween fans will boycott the movies.
You shouldn't.
Yeah. Best to reserve judgment until the thing comes out. I mean,
Yeah,
could
and
end up
like I
being
said before,
amazing.
I still maintain that there is a bit of talent there as a director, and I stand by that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right there. DVD and Film Bloke says, "Oh wait, it's your birthday today, Pete. Well, happy birthday then." Thanks, mate. It was yesterday. It's Mike's tomorrow. And
When's
he
yours,
says,
Andy?
Mine's the 10th.
The 10th, okay.
Mine was last week. Yeah.
Oh wait a minute, I did wish you a happy birthday.
Yeah.
Didn't I?
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah. Yeah. You all did. You all did. Yeah.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says, "Happy birthday to Mike for tomorrow."
Cheers, mate.
So saying it was my birthday yesterday. We've got Peter here saying Rogue Reviews, De Palma's Sisters is a weird movie. I saw it like 2 years ago and might give it a rewatch someday. Oh. Rogue Review says the Arrow Shocktober sale is now your chance to get Phantom of the Paradise. Yep. Yeah. I will be doing that, Rogue. You'll see it on a video soon. If I can find it in my local H&B. I couldn't get to the Arrow section last week because they had a live band in there and they closed all the Blu-rays off mostly. You only had like a small section that you could go to. Scotty Movie says, watch The Blob 1988 today. Really fun film. I know it's a remake from the 50s, but do you think it warrants another remake today? Make a change from another Halloween, etc.? I haven't seen the remake, but I have seen the original one. Steve McQueen, isn't it? That's quite a fun little film, but I've heard the remake's very good. What's your thoughts on this, Andy?
Yeah, I really like both the original and the remake. Yeah, I watched the remake on my birthday with the Thing and the Fly. Like I did like the 80s trilogy of really good remakes.
Yeah.
And yeah, the Blob still holds up. I just think it's great. The effects in it are great. The violence in it is great. The movie, without spoiling it, I guess the movie ends on a cliffhanger. Like it sets up another movie which we never got, and I kind of would have liked to have seen it. And maybe if they could do one, and if it could be as good as like Top Gun, I'd be game.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that'd be cool. It'd definitely make a difference from all the constant normal series of horror films we get. It'd be a nice little change in the listings of up and coming films. What about you, Keith?
Yeah, I like the way Andy said that, because it's weird when you think of the Blob remake, you instantly the Thing just comes into your mind, and so does The Fly. Yeah. And neither of them movies really warrant remakes today, so I can't see why do the Blob either. I think if you were going to do a true sequel to that movie.
Yeah.
And Kevin Dillon in that movie. Is it Kevin Dillon? It is Kevin Dillon. He's
Kevin Dillon.
So cool. He's so cool in that movie.
He looks like Brian May, doesn't he?
But I love the visuals in it. You're right about the visuals. There's one scene that sticks out, and I still think it looks great, is when it bursts out of the sewer.
Yeah.
And it just like comes flat down. And it just looks, I still think it looks great. It does. Love that movie.
It holds up so well.
Also, really does.
Oh, awesome. And what about you, Mike? What do you think?
Yeah, I think like the other guys were saying, don't do a remake, just do like a sequel of some sort. Because I think when they were remade in the 80s, I think because of the whole practical effects was like on all the sort of the technology was like, it was kind of a new thing in the 80s, and I feel like they had a good enough reason to do a remake. Whereas like now, I don't really I don't really see the point of them doing a remake, because I think it would just be rehashing a lot of the same things. So yeah, I'd probably just do a sequel instead of a remake.
Yeah. And they'd probably put loads of CGI in it as well and take away a charm.
Yeah.
Like
And
those
again,
older films.
And I think that's another thing about the Blob remake. I don't think anyone talks about some of the practicals that's in that, which do look amazing.
Yeah.
I think that when you think of practical effects of the '80s, everyone goes to The Thing, but the Blob did do some great practical work in it as well.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It hasn't got a Blu-ray release over here, has it, or
No.
DVD release?
I've got a German release of it, and it's a Sony release as well. So on Blu-ray. So I imagine it must have got released in America, but I don't think we got a release over here yet.
Oh, I'll have to check out the German release on eBay or Amazon. DVD and Film Book says, okay, happy birthday for yesterday, Pete. Oh, thanks, mate. We've got Tony here saying hi, guys. Hey, Tony.
Hey, Tony.
Dr. Impossible says, happy 100th birthday, Pete. You're looking good for your age. I certainly feel it some days, mate. Tony says, I learned today that you were meant to see the witch in the last scene of the Blair Witch Project, but the cameraman didn't turn the right way and missed it.
Okay.
Sometimes what you don't see is better.
Yeah.
Yeah, leave it to the imagination, because the imagination can make things way more scarier.
Yeah.
We have Jamie here saying, hey, mate, I don't really like movies. Can we talk about something else?
Nope.
You are on the wrong stream, my friend.
Yep.
Dr. Impossible says, why can't Hollywood remake shit films? Discussion.
Yeah.
Name some really shit films that need a remake. Let's see shit fly with this one.
Oh.
Yeah, let's get a decent Garbage Pail Kids movie.
Oh God. That's actually a lot harder than I thought it was going to be.
It is.
Or let's give it a few years, because I think we're all suffering a bit of superhero fatigue. Let's get a decent Batman and Robin film, like a Batman and Dick Grayson movie,
and a decent Catwoman film that isn't fucking garbage.
Yeah.
I could do a new Alien 3 movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
or a new Halloween Ends, some might say.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
What is the title called? Halloween Ends Properly this time.
Oh, my God.
Mike, you got any?
No, I'm really struggling to think. Like you say, Keith, it's actually quite hard to think of something. There must be something, but I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah, I can't.
I was going to say Mortal Kombat Annihilation, but that's marvelous for its own reasons.
That's tough. It's
let's get a gritty sci-fi remake of Suburban Commando. Directed by Christopher Nolan. Yeah, go on.
I was going to say Super Mario Brothers, but we are actually getting we're getting that redone as well, and apparently it's supposed to be terrible.
Yeah,
from what I've been hearing. Street Fighter.
Yeah, that could be prime for a remake, but that's amazing in its own right, like Double Dragon.
Oh my God.
Oh. That's a hard question, I think.
It is. It's very, very tough.
These films that we're named are shit, but they're entertaining because they're so shit.
Because who would remake a shit movie? You know what I mean? It's yeah.
That's a question, isn't it? Maybe a hard-hitting drama with the Spice Girls remake or something. Sort of. Oh. Next up, we've
He-Man?
got
He-Man?
He-Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good pick there.
Yeah.
I can't think of any others. Can you think of any, Mike?
No, I really can't. Really struggling.
I'm surprised we haven't had an animated Cat in the Hat yet.
The live-action one was a fucking enough. Oh,
live
dear,
action
that
one.
one.
Fucking hell, nightmare fuel. Pissed the bed for a week after watching that. Fucking hell.
Oh, I remember wanting to watch that as a kid. I was like, oh, this looks amazing. When it came out on DVD, my parents got me it and said, all right, we'll buy it. And I said, that's bloody shit, Mum.
Yeah.
We told you. And oh, my days. Whatever was Mike Myers thinking there?
Do you know what I wouldn't mind seeing? I wouldn't mind seeing a remake to Nightmare on Elm Street 2. I would actually like to see a proper sequel to Nightmare on Elm Street.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can see that. Yeah.
That was a really good one. Peter says the Blair Witch Project is completely garbage. I remember feeling like I had been scammed walking out the theatre when I had seen it.
I didn't like it either. I wasn't a fan of it.
Mm.
Thank feck I got hold of a pirate copy of it, so I'd spent no money on it. And rightly so. And that's so yeah, I didn't like it.
Yeah. I remember watching it for the first time. It was like people said, "You're going to be in for a treat with this." I was like, "Well, it's just like some friends in the woods." It's just like going to my local woods with my phone, capturing that. That's more scarier than this fucking shit. To me, I honestly think like found footage films are just very much a gimmick. There's only very few that I find very effective. Carlos says Asian cinema horror movie writers must have laughed at Halloween Ends.
Possibly.
Yeah, I can imagine so. Yeah. Why don't we let a Japanese Asian horror movie writer write a Halloween film? That'd be certainly interesting. Oh, Keith's gone. Pete says, if you have not seen the Blair Witch Project, please do not waste your time or possibly money on it. Yeah.
To be honest, I didn't mind it. Really, to be honest, I thought the ending of it was really good. The ending's the best part, I think. Yeah. Not just because the movie's fucking over, but just because I actually really like the impact of that ending.
Yeah. What about you, Mike? What did you think of Blair Witch Project?
Yeah, I don't mind it. It's not one of my favorite horror movies, but I don't mind it. But there's another movie that I think is far worse, and it came out around the same time, called The Last Broadcast. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen that movie, but
no.
Yeah, I really didn't like that one, so I'd take the Blair Witch over that one any day.
Isn't there like a remake of the Blair Witch that came out about 5 or 6 years ago? I remember seeing that. I wasn't impressed with that either.
Yeah, I'll just be back in a minute, Pete.
Yeah, no worries. We've got Marvel fans saying Rob Zombie's The Monsters DVD from Blu-ray. UK release date is the 2nd of January. What a way to start the new year.
Yep. That's a day one pickup for me.
Yeah, day one pickup. Buy all the copies and put them in landfill somewhere in the country. Yeah, of all the Netflix films to get a Blu-ray DVD release, why don't it be Rob Zombie's Monsters?
Yeah, that's so weird. Like, you think of all these great movies that on Netflix that don't have a physical release, and then that one does.
There must be some hype for it, but nah, definitely not picking it up. Not at all. Oh dear. Tony says, can we not talk about COVID? It triggers my anxieties. No worries, mate. We're sorry about that. We were talking about Halloween Ends. Andy Late Stuff says, I think Halloween End is more for Jamie Lee Curtis and the Myers house isn't in Halloween Ends. Halloween is the first film. Agree with all of you, is the best one. The rest are just for interest. Yeah. I think definitely the big things made out of it is Jamie Lee Curtis' final film, and I think she wrote on the contract that it's last one and done.
You probably said that after H20 as well.
True. Yeah.
And Resurrection.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait to Halloween 60. We've got Tony says, please can we not swear? I have an 8-year-old in front of me. DVD from Film Bloke says, okay, then it's one event in recent history I think we can all want to forget about. Comments have gone weird. We have Peter here saying these live streams are British humour worst. The classics are Ace saying hi. DVD from Film Bloke's laughing. Peter agrees. DVD from Film Bloke agrees. Tony just wants people to shut up about it. Hi Liam, the classics are Ace. Right, Rogue Reviews has got back to us about Koya Sakawari and Powasakari are poetic documentaries about society. Koya Asagari's about an American society and Powasakari is about Brazilian society. Right.
Sorry, Pete, I didn't hear you what you said there. Can you just repeat that again?
I had better jobs pronouncing Welsh the other week because Rogue was putting Welsh. Now he's testing me with Japanese.
I think fair play if you didn't. I would have just went nope.
Oh, they sound very interesting, Rogue, but yeah, I think I'll leave them. The Classics Erase says, happy birthday, Pete, and happy birthday for tomorrow, Mike. Thanks, mate.
Oh, cheers, mate.
Rogue Review says, by the way, a poetic documentary is a style of documentary filmmaking where there's no dialogue but music over shots of cities or the environment. Oh. DVD for Bloke says it turns out Pete's birthday was yesterday. Rogue says, I only brought them as I'm studying documentary in university and I wanted to watch an example of a poetic documentary. Oh, that sounds good. It sounds very similar to those things in Curry's where they show you all the pictures with lovely sounds.
Yeah, yeah.
Andy says to the viewer, Drew, 2 of the 3 are good. Forget the rest. Dr. Impossible says, Koyan Gosauri had Philip Glass film score, minimalistic and decently composed. Oh, sounds good. Now, this is a question for the ages. Peter says, Kate Beckinsale in Underworld or Mila Djokovic in Resident Evil?
Oh.
Now you got a stump, Peter. For fuck's sake. Now, this is the question of the day. Oh.
Well, what way are we looking at this now? Are we looking at...
Well, let's just make it straight. I think we both watch these films franchises for these 2 women who co-star in them. Who wants to go first? Mike, do you want to go first?
I'm just going to say Underworld because even though I haven't seen any of the Underworld movies, I've only seen the first Resident Evil, and that was enough for me because I fucking hated that movie, and I couldn't go any further. I know, like I know for a lot of people it's like a bit of a guilty pleasure, but I only saw it for the first time like last year, and I could barely get through it. So I'm just gonna have to say Underworld.
I'd love to see your reaction to, is it Retribution? That one's dire, the Resident Evil one. Oh, Keith, what about you?
For ass kicking Mila Jovovich. For everything else, Kate Beckinsale.
Andy?
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to say Kate Beckinsale. To be honest, very very good looking woman. But yeah, I'd probably take Mila Jovovich if it was The Fifth Element, but not.
Oh yeah. Mila Jovovich looked. She not like she's not by no means an ugly woman, but when I seen her in a Cuffs with Kristen Slater, I thought she looked stunning in that movie.
Yeah, I personally I couldn't stand that film, but
Oh, really?
yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I couldn't stand it. Oh, I thought it was terrible. Oh, that's my Halloween end. Yeah,
I had a little bit of fun with that one, Cuffs. That was so fun.
Yeah, I actually really enjoyed it.
It's got a good cast, definitely. Christian Slater. Yeah, but it didn't work for me, that film.
Oh, fair enough.
Couldn't get on board with it, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's fair enough. It's got to be Kate Beckinsale for me. Millie Djokovic is fine, yeah, Resident Evil, but Kate Beckinsale's on another level, let's just say. Classics Array says, haven't seen either, but I have to go with Miller. Had a massive crush on her after watching The Fifth Element. Yeah, I can understand why. Peter says the third Underworld film is a prequel that focuses a bit more on the Lycans werewolves, right?
Okay.
Probably is, yeah. Rise of the Lycans, yeah, that rings a bell.
Yeah, Kate Beckinsale's not in that.
Okay.
Oh, that's one we skip in.
Yeah. She came back for the fourth one.
Yeah, that's right.
Blood Wars or whatever it is.
Yeah.
DVD Public says, yeah, Andy, imagine if you had shelving. That went high.
It's to the ceiling at the minute. Like, I'm getting new shelves put in because it's getting out of hand, which is a good thing, I guess. But
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I got a new shelving unit about 4 weeks ago. That was nice, yeah. Used to fill up all the films, yeah. They're all stacking up on the floor again. Brilliant.
It's finding time to watch the buggers. That's the only thing.
Yeah. They mostly just sit on the shelf and like, oh, they look nice. I'm going to watch you in about 10 years' time.
Yeah.
Peter says to the Classics Arrays, have you seen her as Joan of Arc in The Messenger? I like that film. What, Mila Djokovic?
Yeah.
She's in that.
Yeah, that's right.
I remember the poster for it.
Yeah. I've seen the poster for it, but I've never seen it before.
It came out, I think, a similar time as Sleepy Hollow. I think.
Right.
I can remember seeing like the billboards for those two movies, sort of like at similar time. But I've never seen the Joan of Arc one with her.
No.
The Classics Array says, can't say I have. Actually, to be honest, I missed her in that new Resident Evil film. We needed her in it to liven the bloody thing up. Peter says, I liked Fifth Element, but definitely not crazy about it.
It's a required taste, that film, I think.
Yeah.
It's a bit all over the place, a bit showy. And you're either going to love or hate Chris Tucker in it.
I fucking can stand him.
I love him in it.
I love him in it.
I love him in it, I do.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the thing that pissed me off the most about that film, but I haven't seen it in years, so I'll have to give it a rewatch. I was like, oh, fucking hell, he's an annoying shit. I mute the TV. Road Review says, The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, I keep saying Caligula for some reason, is from 1920.
That's a very different movie. I'm thinking of there, Pete.
Oh, God, yeah.
I'd love to see his cabinet.
Oh dear. Right. The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari is from 1920, and it's also branded as the birth of modern horror movie due to its murder theme. Also now have a liking of German expressionism. All right. Oh, that sounds good. The Classics Array says, great Eddie bust at the back too. Dr. Impossible says, "Happy 500th, Mike. Here's the next 100."
It is.
Pete says, "Sausage Planet." As I said, British humours at worst. DVD Even Film Bloke says, "Speaking of shelving, I'm going to have to move my Doctor Who collection a shelf down because some of them have started sun fading. It's very mild, and I should try to stop it before it gets worse."
No, stop that quickly, because I have actually some very rare collectibles that got destroyed by that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame. I got a Harry Potter first edition. Put that in bloody window, didn't I? And that is a big mistake. That was one of the first ones of the what's it now? The first movie, Philosopher's Stone, first edition. I was like, oh
Yeah.
yeah. Thankfully, my films aren't near the window. None of my collector's editions of games or anything now. I've learned a lesson from it. Never do it again. Yeah, best to get that sorted out soon, mate.
That's what we said when we got this room put into the back of the garden. First thing they asked us, "Do you want a window?" Fuck no.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Rogue Review says, "Favorite German expressionism film for me is either Caligari or Metropolis." Awesome. The Classics Array says, "Already knew Extra was meant to be fucking nuts before watching it, yet it exceeded my expectations."
Oh, nice.
Okay, I'm going to have to give it a go. And I'll be like, oh, that's pretty good. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Carlos says, "Extra is a bizarre horror sci-fi movie. One scene at the end is like a what the fuck moment." Okay, you selling me on it. DVD Even Film Bloke says, "Yeah, also in Extra, is it wrong to say I found the alien kind of cute?"
Okay.
Jesus Christ, not the bloody one I have here in this room. That's the last thing I'd call it. Wow.
The Classics Array says, "There's a great interview with the director of Extra called Extra Exposed, where he pretty much just said he was just mega stoned when he filmed it, and he didn't know why most things ever happened in it." Okay. Sounds very entertaining. DVD and Film Bloke says, "I noticed VHS tapes are more likely to have sun fade spines than DVDs and Blu-rays." Yeah, probably due to the plastic on the VHS tapes, but I noticed a couple of pre-owned shops where I live, they have all the Blu-rays out on the front, and they did have, what was it now? It was a big limited edition box set of, I think it was the Marvel Cinematic Universe one on Blu-ray, you know, like one of the Phase 1 ones. All of that, all the colours was faded, and they wanted like 25 quid for that on DVD, and I'm like, wow.
No chance.
The Classics Array says, "Let's have a clown in it." Sure, we'll get a clown. Dr. Impossible says, "Your French is improving, Pete. Parfait." Okay. DVD and Film Bloke says to the Classics Array, "Yeah, for future watch parties, we should seek out more films made by drug addicts." Okay.
Okay.
The viewer Drew says, "Question for everyone here. Do you think Indiana Jones 5 will be better or worse than Kingdom of the Crystal Skull?"
Well, it can't be worse, can it?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. It's Disney, isn't it? Disney's got a part in hand with it.
They have a wonderful director, James Mangold. So he's directed so many great movies.
What did he direct?
Identity, Walk the Line.
Oh, no, that's restoring faith in the project. Yeah, hopefully it'll be good. Yeah. What do you think, Mike?
I mean, I'm hoping it's better. I mean, I feel like surely they've learned their lesson from the last movie. I just can't imagine it could be any worse, but I still don't know, just because it's Disney, and Disney have churned out some crap over the last few years. I mean, that Star Wars sequel trilogy, for instance, was just
awful,
a huge disappointment. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah. Keith, what do you think?
Yeah, well, I think it's going to be a better movie. I do. But I don't want it to be a passing of the torch movie. You know, just end it for us now. Harrison Ford said this is his last one. Conclude it. Leave it alone. Go back to a religious artifact as well. Don't go near fucking aliens and all that kind of bullshit. And I'm hoping there's no truth behind this de-aging thing that's going. Apparently, it's supposed to be to do with time travel. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know. I'm hoping it's going to be better.
I've heard. I don't know if this is true, but I've heard there's meant to be quite a lengthy sequence at the beginning where it is all de-aged. But it's just a rumor. It's just a rumor. But yeah, I don't know.
Right.
Isn't Mads Mikkelsen going to be in it as well?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's not too bad. What about you, Andy? What do you think?
I mean, Crystal Skull will take some beating, I think. For it to be worse than that.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, for me, that trilogy, it ended so perfectly.
Right in the sunset.
Yeah. Yep. We didn't need a fourth movie, and if I'm honest, we don't need a fifth one. I think this has to be a great movie and an apology for the fourth one. I think at the same time.
I think that's what it is. I think they're kind of giving us that hopefully that one last movie that will.
Yeah.
Now, hopefully it will be. We'll have to wait and see.
So whenever I binge watch the Indiana Jones movies, I don't watch the fourth one. I just leave it. I don't go there.
Yeah, I'm kind of like it's one of those things that if I don't watch it, I'm not going to be too disappointed.
Yeah.
Kind of like Die Hard. I watched the first four, but the fifth one can just kiss me ass.
Yeah. See, I don't even go past 3.
Oh, I love the fourth one. I love Die Hard.
I know there's a lot of love. I know there's a lot of love for the fourth one, but I think the fifth movie made that movie better. It made people appreciate it a lot more. I know there's a lot of good in 4. There's a lot of things right, but for me, it's not a Die Hard movie for me.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I may just have too much high standards with those first 3, just because it's always been a trilogy to me. But I do get there's a lot of love for the fourth one, and rightly so. It is a good movie, but for me, it's just not a Die Hard movie. If you know what I mean.
Right.
Yeah, but, I can get that.
Yeah, but this fifth and Indiana Jones movie, from what I've seen as well, I know this might be a rumor if Short Round's coming back. Because we've seen the photo of him with Harrison Ford. Fucking hell, if they de-age him. That's the second movie.
It'd be a bloody sperm cell.
Yeah. Yeah, it's. I just we all hope they don't mess it up.
Yeah.
We just want it to be good.
Yeah. I agree with you, Andy. The 3 films as it is more than enough. It ended perfectly. Crystal Skull wasn't needed. It could have been good, but it was bogged down by the whole alien stuff. It had a good cast to it, but it wasn't needed. And another thing with this one is like Harrison Ford, how old he is now, and he's like getting on a bit for this role, isn't he? And obviously he isn't going to do a lot of the action scenes. I can't remember, one of you guys said in a previous stream in Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, most of the action scenes he's sitting down. Was it you said it, Mike?
I was just thinking that. It wasn't me who said it, but I was trying to think who it was that said it. I thought it was you, Keith, but I don't know. Maybe it was someone else.
I don't think it was me. No.
I know somebody said it on the stream, and it just made me wonder, how's it going to happen with Indiana Jones 5? And then I've heard the de-aging stuff. De-aging? No.
The only thing I will say about Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, I do actually rather enjoy the opening sequence to that movie. But it just falls apart after it. In the warehouse scene. I love that segment of it, but that's about the height of it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look at it. We nearly lost Harrison Ford a couple of years ago, didn't we, with that plane crash?
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Like we're lucky to still have him.
And he's supposed to be joining the MCU as well, so that's quite cool.
Yeah.
And the Millennium Falcon door fell on top of him as well, didn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow. But hopefully this will be good. I do hope that this is the apology for like Indiana Jones 4 and it ends it for good. I don't want it to be passed on to somebody else because it won't be Indiana Jones. It'll just be somebody there and it's just using that brand name.
Yeah.
But normally I blame directors for movies like that, but I have to admit, just watching the making of Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, I have to blame George Lucas for that one. He was just adamant to have aliens in it. And Spielberg was against it. He was. I think it's largely down to Lucas on that one.
I know I kind of heard somewhere, this was like a few months ago, that this fifth one's supposed to be a passing of the torch story to Phoebe Waller-Bridge, is it her name? Because she's going to be in it. And I'm like, please don't. Please don't.
No, I'd rather stick Halloween Ends on again. Let's fucking do that.
Halloween Ends.
Yeah.
But hopefully we can sit here this time next year and say one of the best films of the year. Ended it off in style.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
DVD Filmbloke says, the thing I try to watch every Halloween is the Halloween episode of Bottom, Trick or Treat, Just Cash No Sweets.
I've never seen it.
No, I haven't.
I can remember the episode, yeah. It's been a while since I've seen it. What about you, Mike? Can you remember
it? No, I don't think I've ever watched Bottom at all. It's one of those shows that I need to see, but just never watched it.
Oh, it's a classic. Right. The Classics Array says, also watched Hostel the other night and honestly thought it was one of the worst films I've ever seen. Extremely irritated and unpleasant, not to mention really dull. I haven't seen these films, but I've heard they're quite gory and gruesome. What do you think of the films, Mike?
I've only seen the first one, and yeah, I kind of agree. It just seems like violence for the sake of violence. I don't have much of an opinion, but yeah, it was okay, I guess.
Yeah. Keith, what do you think?
I like that. I like what Mike said there. Violence for the sake of violence. Eli Roth is a terrible, terrible director, and I've seen it in interviews with him before. That's his mentality when it comes to movies. He says that it has to be violent. Violence is first, script is second. That's the way it is with him. He's a terrible director. I hate him. I do. And I wasn't too crazy about them Hostel movies, if I'm completely honest. No, I don't have time for them.
Yeah, I can get that. And what about you, Andy?
I've not seen it. Can't comment, I'm afraid. I've heard it's got a bit of a reputation. I don't know. Eli Roth has got a bit of a reputation. The only film of his I really like is Cabin Fever. Like I think I
didn't like that movie. Just the people were so unbelievably stupid in it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to smash my head off a bloody wall.
Yeah.
Didn't Eli Roth do the Death Wish remake?
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Yeah, you know something? I actually didn't think that was the worst thing I've ever seen. It was actually very enjoyable. I thought it was going to be too bad. It wasn't too bad. It actually wasn't too bad. Yeah. But it is very, very violent, that movie as well.
Yeah, the mechanic scene with the car.
Yeah.
He directed a movie called Knock Knock with Keanu Reeves, and that movie is something else. Like,
I need to see it.
Yeah, it's weird.
I can only imagine how uncomfortable Keanu Reeves was in that movie because it's his wife, isn't it? Eli Roth's wife, who's one of the women.
I think so. Yeah,
and, so I can only imagine what he felt like on set.
Yeah,
Eli Roth directing and your wife doing this to Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
Didn't he direct that House with the Clock in Its Walls, the kids' film?
Yeah.
Wow.
That was an attempt to make a proper Hollywood movie. He failed on that, bro.
Yeah, it weren't the best.
No.
Carlos says, anyone seen the Creepshow TV series? Just finished season 1 of it. Well made, and the stories are a lot of fun. Available on a US or French release. Season 3 out in December. Awesome.
Yeah. I've seen the first 2 seasons. I thought there was a lot worse stories than good stories in it, if I'm being completely honest. It didn't capture the Creepshow films for me. It just didn't feel like I was watching, like it would have been so easy to kind of make a TV series a Creepshow and make it feel like the movies. But I have to admit they didn't capture it at all. As a matter of fact, the best story I've seen on it was the second one. I thought the concept was fantastic. It's a young girl has a dollhouse, and the dollhouse is actually haunted. And there's a family of dolls living in this dollhouse, and every time she opens it, they're always in different positions, and it's kind of telling a story that there's this little head. It's like the head of a ghost or something like that, and it's kind of haunting this dollhouse. And it's just very, very clever the way the story is done. But yeah, I just found that every other story that came after that one to be very, I'm not going to say poor, but just lacking compared to that one.
Oh. You seen it, Andy?
No, I've only ever seen the first Creepshow movie.
It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Yay. Thanks, man. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, no, I've only ever seen the first Creepshow movie. I haven't seen anything past that.
Oh, wow, you never seen the second one?
No, never seen the sequel. No.
Oh.
I still haven't seen the films, but I noticed on Shudder, I think the whole series is on there, the 2 or 3 seasons of it, so may give them a watch, but I do want to watch the films. There's 3 films, but I've heard only the first 2 are worth watching and the third one isn't very good. Am I right?
Which one? Sorry, Pete, which was that?
Creepshow, the films. Isn't there like 3 films and only the first 2 are any good and the third one's not so good?
Yeah, it's an unofficial Creepshow movie. Right. It's not really. Yeah, it's supposed to be terrible. I never seen it myself.
All right. And what about you, Mike? Have you seen the Creepshow TV show?
No, I've only seen Creepshow 1 and 2. I love Creepshow 1. I wasn't the biggest fan of Creepshow 2, to be honest.
I like the third story, the hitchhiker.
Yeah, I like the one with the raft. Is the raft?
Yeah.
Yeah, I quite like that one. The hitchhiker one was pretty good as well. But
I think the first story was quite poor. I think, wasn't it? The Indian statue, wasn't it? Or something like that?
Yeah. I was just disappointed because in the first movie there's 5 stories, but in the second one there's only 3, and I just feel like it's just missing like just a couple more stories.
And I think the best thing with as well when it comes to Creepshow 2, and even though I do like the movie, I still think that none of the stories in Creepshow 2 came close to any of the stories in the first Creepshow movie.
No.
But not taking anything away from it.
Yeah.
I still rather enjoyed it to an extent.
Right. We have Dr. Impossible saying, do you have any Lindsay Anderson films you've seen that make an impression on you? One for me is This Sporting Life with Rachel Ward and Richard Harris. Exceptional film. Haven't got a clue. I have to search
No, I wouldn't have seen myself. No.
Did he direct a film called If? Because I love that film.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
Oh my god, that film's awesome. For Malcolm McDowell.
Yeah.
No, I can't say that. I've heard of it.
He's done Oh Lucky Man, If, Britannia Hospital.
Malcolm McDowell as well.
Yeah, I have not seen any of them.
If is just such a good film.
A lot of Malcolm McDowell in his films, I see. Ah. You seen any, Mike?
I quite like that Britannia Hospital. I think that one's quite good. It's got Mark Hamill in it and Malcolm McDowell, of course. Yeah, I enjoyed that one.
Oh. We've got Rogue saying thoughts on Terry Gilliam's The Adventures of Baron Munchausen coming to Criterion in January 2023, meaning it's on Blu-ray for the first time. Andy, I'm pretty certain I've heard you talk about this before. Yeah,
I've got it on Blu-ray. Yeah,
yes, same here. Yeah,
it's my favorite Terry Gilliam movie. I love it.
Mm.
And who brought that release out, Andy?
Oh God, I want to say Sony.
Wow. Okay.
I think.
Is it a UK Blu-ray?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh. Oh, wow. I'll probably keep an eye out for that one then, because the problem is with Criterion, it'll probably be about 23, 24 quid when it comes out.
It's one of those movies that I saw on TV when I was a kid, but I never caught the name of it. So it was like whenever I saw it on TV, I was like, "Oh yeah, that's that film I remember seeing," but I never could remember the name. It's such a cracking film. I love it.
I do like Terry Gilliam's films, so I will have to keep an eye out for it, but definitely not on Criterion.
Yeah, I'm a bit hit and miss with Terry Gilliam. Like I love Time Bandits and I love Baron Munchausen, but Brazil is one I could never take to, but it has grown on me. And I'm not really the biggest fan of 12 Monkeys.
I know there was one I watched, Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus. I wasn't the biggest fan of that one. It was okay, I suppose. But that was just because it was Heath Ledger's final film, weren't it? After Batman.
Yeah.
I seen an interview with him that kind of just annoyed me a bit, where he was kind of just bitching about Steven Spielberg and Schindler's List. And it kind of just put me off a bit. He just sounded like a little bit of a sour grape. He did, I didn't like what he was saying.
Wow.
It's I don't have a whole lot of time for.
Rogue Review says the Arrow release of Sisters is now out of print, sadly. I bought it just before it went out of print. Oh, cool. Keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on eBay for it. You never know, you might find a copy of it cheap. So, that's cool. Dr. Impossible says, I fancy watching the 1985 Mel Brooks produced horror film The Doctor and the Devil with Timothy Dalton playing Dr. Rock. Dylan Thomas does Burke and Hare. You've sold me at Timothy Dalton.
Yeah.
Anybody seen it?
No.
Nope.
Yeah.
Can't say I've heard of it.
Andy says, out of principle, I won't watch the remake of Fright Night.
That's absolutely fair enough. There's a lot of remakes out of principle I will not watch.
Yeah, definitely.
I won't go anywhere near the 2016 Ghostbusters. Anywhere near it.
Yeah.
I wish it was the same.
Same with the remake of RoboCop. I won't go anywhere near that.
I have it, but it's still sealed, and it's one of the few I'm happy is still sealed. What about the remake of Nightmare on Elm Street? That's another one that isn't that good.
I might go and watch. I haven't seen it yet, but I might watch it just because I've seen a lot of other remakes, like Friday the 13th, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I know it's going to be nowhere near as good as those, but I still might give it a watch at some point. Well, I know full well it's not good.
Definitely. Andy Lake Stuff says, not long till the end of the 13th Doctor. What will be your takeaways? Don't hold back. Takeaways of the series. Thank fuck this shit's over. It's just, it's an awful version of Doctor Who, and I'm there with my party poppers on Sunday night when it finally ends. Not looking forward to it. I might not even watch it until next week. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I checked out a while ago with Doctor Who, to be honest. But Yeah, I might just see what the regeneration scene just looks like, because they're always fun. But yeah.
No, in this era, it'll probably be long and drawn out.
Yeah.
I know Mike hasn't seen Doctor Who. Have you ever seen an episode of Doctor Who, Keith?
No, I just never got on board with it.
Oh, that's cool. We've got David Beach here saying, "Good evening, guys. Hope you are well and safe." Robbie Coltrane, cracker, British TV, and he was also good in James Bond. He was an amazing actor. What's your favourite movies of him? Thanks for joining, David. We did talk about this earlier, like Bond and Harry Potter and Mona Lisa. He's been in a lot of good stuff. Rogue Review says, by the way, Power of the Doctor airs on Sunday. I keep forgetting shows how little I actually care. At least it's almost over. Yeah, that's the main thing. I'm still not really excited for the new era, to be honest. I think I've been so burnt out by this one. I'm just, I care very little. When Doctor Who was on back in the early 2000s, mid 2000, early 2010s, had to be there the moment it came on. Now, couldn't care less. David also wants to wish Mike a happy birthday for tomorrow. Have a good one.
Thanks, David.
We've got Brett here from Walk On Always Believe. Watch you guys. Hope you're well. Hey, Brett.
Hey, Brett, how are you?
Well,
Hey, Brett.
We have Rogue Reviews here saying, I kind of like Paranorman. It's quite a good looking movie. That's another one.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
That's a good one. We got Rock God 2004 here. Good evening, Mother Truckers. Hey, Nige. Hope you're doing well.
Hey, Nige.
Comments have gone weird. Right. We've got Rogue Reviews here saying Caroline fucked me as a child. Couldn't sleep for a month after I was scared the other mother was going to kidnap me. Don't watch Caroline when you're 7 years old. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But I still look at her and I'm sure it's like a U or PG and I'm like, yeah, fuck that, isn't. Get that out of the child section of H&B and put it in the bloody horror.
Absolutely.
Dr. Impossible said, putting Andy to the test, have you ever seen a Toucher class with George Segal and Glenda Jackson?
Yes, I have seen it, yeah.
Oh.
I wasn't that keen on it, to be honest.
The name rings a bell.
Yeah.
Definitely with
George Segal's a bit hit and miss for me. Like, he's in the first Look Who's Talking movie, and he's in The Cable Guy.
Oh.
But, yeah, I'm not really that big of a fan of his.
Another Jim Carrey film I need to see, The Cable Guy. Haven't seen it. Cool. Road Review says I own Everything Everywhere All at Once on the German media book. That's a nice set, that is.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's nice.
I'm thinking about just importing the German Blu-ray because we haven't even got a UK release date over here. It's on Amazon Prime, so I assume we might get it next year. But yeah, I'll probably just get it. It's about 18 quid on Blu-ray import, so it's not too bad.
I still can't work that out, and we don't have a release of that.
I know, it's a bit like Pearl, that X prequel. We still haven't got a release date for that, and that's hitting streaming in America now. I think it's already out on Blu-ray in America. It's shocking. We've got Marvel fan here saying, what's your thoughts on the Creed 3 trailer? Yeah, that dropped yesterday evening. That looks pretty good. Michael B. Jordan's directing this time, and the dude from Loki's in it. I don't know his name, but it looks pretty good. I'll be watching it. I enjoyed the previous two. Andy, have you seen the trailer?
Yeah, same as you, Pete. I think it looks pretty good from what I've seen. The first two Creed movies have no right to be as good as they are, but they are great films. I really, really enjoy them, and I think this third one, if it's going down the path the story it's telling in the trailer, I think it'll just be just as good.
Absolutely. Mike, what about you?
I've not seen the trailer yet. Yeah, I need to give it a watch. I wasn't that keen on Creed 2, but I did really like Creed, the first one. Thought that was a great movie. But no, I've not seen the trailer for this new one.
And Keith, have you seen the trailer?
I'm the exact same as Mike. Yeah, I haven't seen the trailer. Didn't like the second movie. Loved the first one. So yeah, I'll watch it. I'm curious.
Yeah. I'm just reading the next comment. I'm just like, what? Dr. Impossible says, here's a bit of advice, Pete. Take some fart spray with you to the cinema. Problem with kids, no problem. Unleash the stuff and watch them clear. Just remember to take a gas mask.
Actually, it's funny you mentioned that. You mentioned fart spray because someone sent me a video the other day of I don't know if it's a fella working in a deli, but it's someone working in a shop or something like that, and he tries to give them what do you call it, the what do you call it, the shit that we've been taking all during COVID for your hands, your
sanitizer.
Yeah, sanitizer. That's it. Sorry, sanitizer. But it's actually fart spray, and he's fart spray. And if you've seen the man's reaction to it, it's just absolutely epic. It is.
Oh wow. Oh. Actually, the gas mask is a good idea because every time we go to the cinema, it always stinks of fish and chips. Somebody sits there with fish and chips for some reason. Yeah.
Jesus fucking hell.
David says, Bad Times at the Al Royale 2018. Did you enjoy this film? This is one with Chris Hemsworth in. I haven't seen it.
I really enjoyed that movie. I really enjoyed that movie. That was a real surprise to me. I didn't think I was going to enjoy it as much as I did. Some great characters in that movie.
Oh, I know the cast is quite good in that. I've seen the listing of it, and it does look quite good. Andy, have you seen it?
Yeah, same as Keith. It's fucking brilliant. It's a great film. Yeah.
It is. It's the one with Jeff Bridges as the priest, isn't it?
Bridges, yeah. And I think John Hamm's in it as well. He plays like the hotel owner.
That's right. I
think. Yeah. Because it's like the hotel's like on the border of Arizona and California, and it's like, well, you can stay in California, but it's a bit more expensive than Arizona. And they're like, well, why? And it's like, because it's California. Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
I did a double. Yeah, I went to the cinema and I did a double bill with that with First Man, and it was great.
Oh wow, what a night that was!
Yeah,
what a night that was! Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
You seen it, Mike?
Nope, not seeing it.
Oh. I've been looking at that one for a little while online, so I might actually have to pick that one up.
It's really good. Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, plus the fart spray will partially clear cinema too, so you'll have the cinema virtually to yourself. Legs up, Coke on, and off you go.
The only problem with that is if someone actually walks in and sees you with a mask on, it's a big giveaway to actually set off that spray.
We've got Ian Hill, the Ramblings here, saying hi everyone and join the chat. Hey Ian, thanks for joining. Dr. Impossible says, has your dad got bloody worms? Tesco are looking for taste testers for Easter eggs. Just don't feed Pete's dad after midnight. Well, thankfully he's not in this room. That'd be his dream job, testing. There wouldn't be no Easter eggs on the shelf because he'd eat them all. Dr. Impossible says, Robbie Coltrane was top dollar in a lesser-known film called Let It Ride with Richard Dreyfuss. Comedy gold, Coltrane did a brilliant BBC series called Tutti Frutti about a Glasgow band. Superb. Yes, I remember that one. I like that. Andy says, just noticed Red Letter Media have released a review for Halloween Ends. We'll wait to watch it. Do any of you watch Red Letter Media on YouTube? I get them recommended, but I've never watched one of their videos.
No.
Yeah.
Have you, Andy?
Yeah. There's some of one of the best YouTube reviewers of movies I've ever seen. Their review of Phantom Menace is longer than the movie. It's,
Oh my god!
it's insane. They left no stone unturned when reviewing that movie.
Wow.
They're superb YouTubers. I really, really like them. They only do like a review of one movie a month, but the movie they do is always like an obscure movie.
Okay.
That they do. It's like it's either like a cult classic. They
Have
did
they done Exorcist 3?
Yeah, they've done Exorcist and they've done Exorcist 3.
Yeah.
They do a lot of John Carpenter stuff. They do Blade Runner. They did an amazing 3-part series where they reviewed and ranked every John Carpenter movie, and it is it's I must have watched those 3 videos at least 3 times.
Wow. Okay.
They are so entertaining, and he's got some interesting things to say about Halloween. The guy on there, because he wasn't a big fan of it.
Right. Right. Okay.
But, they are so funny when you watch them. They're great. They've done an amazing review, and as much as I dislike the film, they've done a fantastic review of Pink Flamingos. Their review is
Right. Wow.
a lot of movies I've seen that I didn't like, I've watched reviews of theirs, and then I've gone back to watch the movie, and I've loved the movie.
Okay.
They completely make me watch a movie through a different light.
Right.
They did an amazing review of Tim Burton's Ed Wood, and I was
Oh,
never
wow.
keen on that movie, never keen on it. And then I watched their review, and then I watched the film. I fell in love with it. I was like, it's really strange, but I fully recommend checking their reviews out. I don't watch everything they do because they do touch on a lot of Star Trek stuff, like Picard and other TV shows that I've not seen. But when they do the movie reviews of a movie I've seen, I'm there, and they're so good. They deserve to be where I think they're close to. They must be close to about 2 million subscribers. They're a big channel. They've been doing it for about 10 years, but they're awesome. They're awesome. Red Letter Media. Yeah.
Next time I get a recommendation, I'll watch them.
Yeah, I love their stuff.
I know some of their reviews are very long. I'm pretty certain I've seen one like an hour or an hour and a half.
Yeah. They do go on a bit, but they just cover so much ground when they talk about film. Just but it's just like they normally whenever they review a film, it's only 2 of them, but they're just sat there with like a beer, just talking about the movie, and you just feel like as if you're in the conversation with them.
That's cool.
I think they've done Creepshow as well, and they've done Romero's Dawn of the Dead as well, that was just a great review. Yeah.
I'll give their review of Halloween Ends a watch and see what they say.
Yeah, but I fully recommend checking out the John Carpenter ranking. Oh, it's a cracking 3-part video. Yeah.
I ended up getting Memoirs of the Invisible Man this week and Village of the Damned to add to some John Carpenter ones. I remember watching Village of the Damned and enjoying it, but I haven't seen the Invisible Man one. I don't know what that's like.
It's okay. It's not the worst, but it's not the best.
Yeah. The Indicator Star could have got Ghost of Mars, but I definitely didn't. I absolutely hate that film. Did not like it one little bit. I did watch They Live and The Fog at the weekend. Love them both. Really enjoyable.
Yeah.
Cora's here and he says, I'm here to spoil Halloween Ends.
Cora, I've got news for you. You can't possibly spoil that movie.
The spoilers, it's shit. I don't know. Joe Dakin says, loving the live stream. Great to see Keith back on the channel. Yeah, it is.
I appreciate that.
David says, hey Pete, happy birthday from yesterday. Did you get any nice presents, mate? I just got money. To get a PS5 if I can find one.
Oh, wow.
We have Norwich here saying, Keith, sometimes what you don't see is better. Me, I agree. So avoid Blair Witch at full fucking costs.
That movie is all imagination.
DVD and Film Blog says, not shit and not totally offensive remake of music without an egotistical musician behind the camera. I remember you talking about that a little while ago. Is it that Sia film, is it?
Yeah.
It came out last year, I think. I remember DVD and Film Blog talked about it a while ago.
Yeah. But I think it touches on autism, but it just completely misses the mark. I've not seen the film, no. I've not seen it. I don't know what I can't comment too much about it, but I think that's the gist of the movie. I think it's meant to touch on it, but it just doesn't understand it at all. Is what I've heard.
We have Marvel fan here. Watched 4 movies on Saturday. Movies I watched was Punch Drunk Love, The King's Man, Jackass 2.5, Jackass 3.5. I enjoyed both Punch Drunk Love and The King's Man. Nice picks of films there, mate.
Yeah.
Marvel fan then yesterday watched both Zombieland movies back to back. I still need to see the new one. But they're fun. Andy says, what's your favourite director's favourite film and favourite franchise? Sorry. Right.
Director's favourite.
What's your favourite director? What's your favourite film? And what's your favourite franchise? Are they 3 separate questions? I don't know what my director's favourite film and franchise is, though. My favourite director. That's what I'm gathering. It's 3 separate questions. So, favourite director, favourite film, and favourite franchise. Oh, that's a good question.
I think it's like I'll say mine is boring because it's John Carpenter easily. Favorite film, it's either Halloween or The Thing. Favorite franchise, probably Halloween.
Great picks there. Yeah. Andy, do you want to
go? I think director. It's a coin toss either between Kubrick and James Cameron. I think just because I don't think they've got a bad movie to their name. To be honest, I think I've not seen Piranha 2 yet, but I think most of James Cameron's stuff is a home run. Most of the stuff he's done. Same with Kubrick. I think Kubrick directed pretty much a masterpiece in every genre. But I do have fun when I watch the good Carpenter stuff. I think I binge watched his films like in 2 days, like the good ones, the ones I really, really enjoy, and fuck me, I had a blast.
Yeah.
Like the thing about Carpenter is each one is different to the last, but you know it's a John Carpenter film.
Oh, absolutely.
It's incredible. He's never ever sort of really repeats himself. When they're good, out of the good movies, he's never repeated himself.
It's the characters as well. It's the characters that he comes up, and maybe that's why Carpenter has got. Maybe when Carpenter was at his best when Carpenter was writing his movies and directing them, and I think when he stopped writing his movies, that's when it all started to fall apart for him. But his characters, he always has great characters, memorable characters. Kurt Russell, look at Kurt Russell, McCready, Snake Plissken, Jack Burton, just all memorable characters. It's I don't know what it is with John Carpenter, and it's weird because he's my favorite director of all time, but I'm always looking at his earlier movies. And if you kind of remove his earlier movies, he's probably a very average director. If you take out a lot of his late 70s, early 80s movies. So yeah, I don't know what it is with him. I just love everything.
Yeah, it's so creative.
Having said that, you mentioned Cameron there as well.
Yeah.
Like Aliens is definitely up there, one of my favorite movies of all time as well. The only thing that bothers me with Cameron, I just think Cameron's a wasted director.
Yeah.
That's my biggest problem with him.
Yeah. Certainly is now, definitely. because I think
Yeah.
we got a couple out of him in the 90s. We got True Lies and Titanic.
Yeah.
And then all we've had since 1997 is Avatar. That's a waste. That is a complete waste of a career. Waste of a career. That between 1997 and now we've had one film and we've got one coming out. That's a waste.
And it's all based on the same franchise.
And it's
Avatar.
based on the same franchise, yeah.
It is a waste of such talent.
Absolutely, yeah.
But when I kind of get it, though. He is a busy man, because I know when he done Titanic and all that, he was doing a lot of he was doing a lot of Titanic stuff. He was, he had that the Ghost of the Abyss documentary that he brought out as well, which was fantastic as well in its own right. But it's a shame.
Yeah,
it's a shame.
Absolutely.
What about you, Mike? Favorite director, film franchise?
Again, I'm going to say John Carpenter for favorite director. Favorite film, my favorite's Falling Down with Michael Douglas. And franchise, I'll probably just say the James Bond franchise.
Yeah, great picks there. Oh, really enjoyed Falling Down. Loved that a lot.
Yeah, such a great movie.
Yeah.
Oh, the McDonald's sequence. That I just love it. For me, favorite director. Oh, it's hard to say. I'll probably just say Spielberg, something like that. Favorite film. Hard to pick one at the moment. Favorite franchise. I'm going to have to agree with you there, Mike. Probably the James Bond one, or maybe Dirty Harry.
Dirty Harry's great.
DVD and Film Blog says, well, there was an animated Cat in the Hat made in the 70s. Okay.
Fair enough.
As long as we don't get no more with Mike Myerson. We have THP Games TV. I think they're supposed to be emojis, but they haven't come out properly. Dr. Impossible says, don't make me laugh, but I would love to see Postman Pat directed by Rob Zombie. Yeah. Can he do a PQ version as well? Just imagine what Pat Cat would be like. Some crazy zombie cat with pus coming out of its mouth. This could top Brendan. Oh dear.
Oh my God! I would love to see that movie.
Would he deliver post on a white horse instead of his van?
It'll be on top of the cat and it'll be white.
Yeah. His wife can play Jess.
Oh, brilliant.
Rogue Review says it could be worse. The Monsters could be on Criterion. Yeah, I suppose so. We're just getting a Blu-ray release the start of the new year, the 1st January of the month. Monday of January.
What a way to kick off the year, eh?
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's not good. I've only seen half of it, and that's enough. I should have just kept with the trailer. That was way more enough to watch. DVD and Filmworks says that would be awesome about Postman Pat directed by Rob Zombie. Cool. Giving Peppa Pig a field day. Rogue Review says Koya and Sakari's is Mayan. Ah, that's cool. Tim Young-un Productions says favorite meat to put in a sandwich. Ham, I suppose. We've got Nige here says, can you all please swear as I don't have an 8-year-old with me? Don't talk about COVID. Don't swear. Stop talking about something. Kindly fuck off. DVD and Film says, Dr. Impossible. I mean, the Italian Postman Pat spoof on Harry Enfield and Chums was great.
I used to love that show.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, knock, ring, limbs and heads through your door. Slash a pat and a zombified cat. Right, I'm off to Hollywood. No, Dad. Oh, it sounds like the right Halloween treat for the whole family.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says Dr. Impossible. Yeah, I mean, I love Lee Hardcastle's version of Postman Pat, which is a parody of Pet Sematary. Oh dear. Dr. Impossible says to DVD and Film Bloke, I saw that Harry Enfield and Chem spoof. Brilliant. Why hasn't the BBC ever released the original series of Harry Enfield on DVD? Strange. From that description, we definitely do need it. DVD and Film Bloke says, I have no idea. There's a lot of stuff the BBC hasn't released, just sat in the archives.
Yeah.
They'll probably put it on BritBox now and then. DVD and Film Bloke says, I would love to see an adult version of Fireman Sam where someone shoves a firework up Norman's ass and blows that little bugger up.
He was a naughty little so-and-so, wasn't he? Norman Price.
Yeah. Marvel fan says they're re-releasing Carry On Christmas on DVD next month. Awesome. I thought we were getting some Blu-rays of them. I know that was a talk for quite a while, and that's kind of got quiet now. The Carry On films are fun. Not all of them are winners, but that's cool. Dr. Impossible says, just look on the net. Looks like the music used in the original series seems the BBC don't want to pay for usage of the music used in the series. Sounds like the BBC. Fireman Sam. Yep, Rob Zombie's version of Fireman Sam. DVD and Film Bloke says to Dr. Impossible, yeah, for some reason it's only the BBC who have problems with using copyright music. Yep. Right, we've got Edward here saying, what's your favourite Denis Villeneuve film? Yeah, really hard to pronounce his last name. The guy who done Dune, or Dune. I'll probably say Dune. I really enjoyed that. I still need to see, is it Prisoners, the one with Jake Gyllenhaal? Is it Jake Gyllenhaal?
Yeah.
Or Hugh Jackman? Yeah, need to see that one.
That's my favourite movie by him.
Yeah, same.
Hands down. I love the ending of that movie. I love it. Again, it's another of those things that's all down to your own imagination. No, I can't say nothing, Pete, because you need to see that movie. What a movie!
Watch it for a while. Didn't he also do Arrival as well with Amy Adams?
That's a good movie as well.
Jeremy Renner.
That's a great movie as well. Get you thinking that movie.
He done Sicario as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
I quite like that one. That was good.
Did the Impossible and made a decent sequel to Blade Runner.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. I keep forgetting about that. Yeah, he's probably one of the most consistently good directors.
Did you say The Impossible, Andy?
No, he didn't do The Impossible. No.
Oh, I thought you said The Impossible. Right, sorry. Okay.
No.
Oh, right. Okay.
No,
right,
sorry.
no,
I said he did The Impossible.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah. And The Enemy is pretty good, but don't watch that if you're scared of spiders. Fucking hell.
I'm out.
Yeah.
That's me out.
I'm out.
Yeah, the end of that film, gee whiz, like fucking hell.
That's one film to put on my letterbox watch list, not to watch because it may contain spiders.
It's still a good movie, but it's probably his worst film.
Is it?
Because the guy just doesn't make trash. He's whenever he makes movies,
he's done has been good.
Yeah. But it's Prisoners for me.
Yeah. I do need to see that. I think it's on Prime, so I'll watch it on there. What about you, Mike?
It's Blade Runner for me, but Prisoners is a close second.
Yeah. I still need to see that Blade Runner. I've got it, but I've seen the first one, but I haven't seen the sequel yet. That's one that I keep meaning to watch. Rogue Review says, what's your favourite German expressionism or influenced by German expressionism film?
Everyone just turned.
It's a bit over my head, that question.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just thinking of the TV show A Lower Low for some reason. Dr. Impossible says, so Keith, what's your favourite European distributor of Blu-rays?
I was going to say Film Arena, but they seem to be fucking me over now as well with my recent Thing release. So, I don't know. I really don't know. They seem to be all fucking me over somewhere or another.
I know you collect those Titans Occult ones, and they're doing Star Trek 2009 next, which is an odd release, I think.
Like I said, how do you go about doing a Thing release and then announcing Star Trek? No, and when I say Star Trek, it's the Chris Pine ones, not the William Shatner one. And I had to pre-order. I have to now. I've committed. I'm committed to them. It looks fucking awful. It does. But yeah, I have to see it through now. Unfortunately.
Does that come out next month then?
Yeah. Imagine that. It's amazing. We haven't heard from Titans in nearly, Jesus, 5-6 months, and now all of a sudden we're getting 2 releases from them. It's a shame because before the Thing got announced, it was massively rumored that Gladiator was going to be their next one after the Thing, and that would have been great because again, you want, like I said, their name is Titans Occult. You want a cult movie, and now I'm not saying Gladiator is what you call a cult movie, but it kind of, it's one of them big movies. You know what I mean? That these them loved movies that kind of sits well in that collection. But we're Star Trek. Not quite sure where the whole cult thing comes into when it comes to Star Trek. Not that I don't hate the movie. I quite enjoyed it, but I was very disappointed.
It's certainly an odd choice. Rogue says by that I mean anything that has a large set and a gothic vibe. Films like Batman 89, Blade Runner can count. Oh. Super Mario Brothers movie, as it looks like Blade Runner.
I suppose you could say The Crow then, could you?
Oh, I love that film.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Batman and Blade Runner. I can't really think of anything else. Can you guys?
Dark City.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
That's like...
That's a good one.
Any for you, Mike?
Bro, Batman 89, Blade Runner, Dark City, all the ones we've already mentioned, yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, what's the most underrated European film you've ever seen, Mike and Andy? Give some examples of why the film is underrated.
European.
It's too many. I can't really think. Yeah. The only film that comes to mind is probably The Orphanage, the Spanish horror movie. I think that's very underrated. I don't think it gets talked about enough. I love that film.
Yeah, I've heard of it before, but never seen it. But I've heard great things about it. You got any, Andy?
I hope this movie's count. Forgive me because my geography is fucking shite. But I'm gonna go with Paul Verhoeven's Soldier of Orange. I think it's a Dutch film. It's fantastic. Stars Rutger Hauer, and it's pretty much about the Netherlands' involvement in the Second World War. Now they were sort of late to the party with it, and they were just sort of ignoring it, not wanting to be part of it. And it's just a fabulous film. Just looks great. Probably, like Mike said, it's one of those movies that doesn't really get talked about enough. It's a bit like Turkish Delight. That's another great one with Rutger Hauer. But yes, I do prefer Soldier of Orange though. I think it's just an underrated Paul Verhoeven movie.
What year was that come out in?
I want to say it was about 78.
Wow.
I think it was
Wow.
1978.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a really good film.
Yeah.
Really good film.
He did another one called Black Book that came
not
out in
seen
like
that one.
the 2000s. It's basically the same movie, like the sort of the Dutch perspective from World War II.
Okay.
Oh, that sounds good. Have you got any, Keith?
No, sorry, no, that was addressed to Andy and Mike. I didn't even think about it, to be honest.
Oh. Andy Like Stuff says, Indiana Jones 5 was filmed down the road from me in Pickering, Yorkshire. So was some of the new Mission Impossible. They're using the old Yorkshire Railway, what Harry Potter used as well.
Okay.
That's cool. Ian Hill says, what's your favourite classic Universal horror film? For me, it's got to be the original Bela Lugosi Dracula. Love that film. So good. What about you guys? Mike?
Wolfman for me.
Oh, Wolfman.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that one in a long while, but I did enjoy
love
that
it.
one.
Love it. Actually, I have a lovely. Actually, I have a breakfast saying I love this collection. I kind of keep forgetting about it's in my collection, but
Oh, nice.
Oh, wow. That's really nice.
It's kind of hidden in my collection. I sometimes forget that I have that.
Yours, Mike?
I really like The Invisible Man, like the original one with Claude Rains. That one's great, and I like Bride of Frankenstein as well. I think I prefer that over Frankenstein.
Yeah, I agree with you there. That one's more entertaining. Andy?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Lugosi Dracula, but I have so much fun with The Invisible Man. Oh god, that movie's. I think it's unintentionally hysterical.
Yeah,
it's just a lot of fun, and it really, really does the best with its effects. Like its effects, really, really do hold up.
It's an impressive film of its age, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Carlos says, I agree with Andy on the Indiana Jones movies. I'm hoping they can do a proper farewell and give the fans what they want to see. The longer they take on it, I feel they want to get it right. I hope that too. Wasn't there a trailer showed off at the Disney Expo a few weeks ago?
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
and how was it received?
How was it received? I don't know. I just knew there was a trailer going out. Hopefully it'll come out soon. Probably, no doubt they'll air it when Avatar comes to cinema, knowing Disney. Dr. Impossible says, Indy 5, no chance. 3 films, off in the sunset. Spielberg got the ending he really wanted. Last Crusade was the perfect bookend, no matter how good or bad Indiana Jones 5 is.
No, he's right. He's absolutely right.
You're right.
Yeah. Perfect ending.
Absolutely. One of the best, I think. Dr. Impossible says, have any of you seen My Private Idaho? Saw it in cinemas. It's terrific. Isn't that the Keanu Reeves one?
Keanu Reeves and River Phoenix, yeah.
Haven't seen it, but I've heard it's good. It's on the premiums, isn't it? H&V premiums?
Yeah.
It's a bit homoerotic, that film. Not there's anything wrong with that, but yeah, it's a bit heavy-handed on it.
Oh. Edward says, you guys see Halloween Ends?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Yep.
It was great.
Oh. Roverview says, Baron Munchausen is the first time on Blu-ray in the USA, and the UK Blu-ray is out print. Alright. David Beach says, did you enjoy Baby Driver movie? What did you think of it? Yeah, fun film, fun caper film, great leads, great cast, great music, a lot of fun. Supposed to be getting a sequel, which would be cool, but yeah, one of Edgar Wright's most fun films. Andy?
Yep, you said it, Pete. It's really enjoyable, really fun, really entertaining. Yeah.
Mike?
Yeah, I liked it. I didn't like it as much as I thought I would, but yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
And Keith, what did you think of it?
Yeah, I liked it, but I think I preferred the soundtrack more than anything. from it. The great soundtrack to it. But I enjoyed it. Look forward to its sequel as well.
That'd be good. Dr. Impossible says, Mike, are you tucking into a McDonald's by any chance?
Not really. Zoe came home with a McDonald's, but she got me a drink. That was all. So, yeah.
Rogue Review says, I heard a rumour that Sisters might be coming to Criterion in the UK. It has already had a US release, probably why the Arrow is now out of print. Oh, that'd be cool. Probably still be cheaper to find the Arrow version, no on Criterion.
I was going to say that.
Yeah.
Hopefully so. I mean, that's always a backup if I can't find it. Marvel fan says, what's your thoughts on James Corden getting banned from the restaurant for being rude to staff? Why couldn't he be banned from TV and film? Oh, I can't stand him. What do you guys think?
I don't like the guy, to be honest. I just don't like him. His fame is not warranted in any way, shape, or form. I don't understand it and never will. I don't get the guy. I don't understand him. He had no business being at that Friends reunion.
He was at the Friends reunion.
He hosted it. He's probably never seen an episode of it in his life, and he just had no business being there.
Nah, definitely
no
not.
business. It was wrong. That
I don't know why they banned. I don't know why they banned him from the restaurant. To be honest with you, because if it were me and I owned the restaurant, I'd keep him coming, and I'd make sure I'd teabag every bit of fucking food that went out to him.
yeah.
Oh, dude. But honestly, he hasn't really done anything with quality. The biggest thing is obviously Gavin and Stacey.
But that's
what
it.
Everything. Yeah.
That's it.
He was all right in the 2 episodes of Doctor Who, and he only got it because he's Matt Smith's mate, but that's about it.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I don't really care, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, whether you're famous or not, I mean, nobody should be rude in a restaurant.
No.
So, yeah.
What I don't know what he actually did. Was he a bit pissed off because nobody wanted an autograph from him? He come in and said, "Who wants an autograph?" I said, "Oh, it's you." Nah. Oh dear. Yeah, never been a fan of him. Yeah, we did. Yeah. Unfortunately, we actually did have his autobiography in this house for some reason.
Oh wow.
Christ.
Yeah, I don't know why it was in the house either, but we soon got rid of it.
Was it during COVID when you didn't have any toilet paper?
I know it was about 10 years ago and it ended up in the charity shop and I think it's still in there. There's like a whole pile of them there. There's about 10 of them. They're always in there when you go in there. Rogue Review says apparently the first RTD2 era episode might be airing later this year, probably Christmas, marking the start of the 60th specials. Yeah, I have been hearing rumours we may get a Christmas special this year on Christmas Day, which would be nice, not a New Year special. Dr. Impossible says, I was lucky enough to see Baron at the cinema back in '88. Still loved the visual style of the film. The Fisher King was another great Gilliam film. That one's on Criterion, I think, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
Marvel fan says, DVD Republic says, Marvel fan, good. Honestly, 2022 has been a bad year for being a twat online. I mean, Alex Jones and Graham Lineham are pretty much bankrupt, and Alex Balefield is behind bars. What could be better? I have no idea who half of these people are.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. What else could be better? You explain them to me who they are.
I don't have a clue who any of them are.
No, I haven't got a clue at all. Carlos says, a missed opportunity in the 80s with no sequel of The Burning, but I wouldn't mind a redone again and possibly a trilogy rather than a new Friday the 13th movie.
See,
That's Keith's internet cut out, isn't he?
It's frozen my end.
Yeah.
You're back now, Keith. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
you
back here, yeah.
froze.
Yeah, no, just the Friday the 13th. With the Halloween movies, you can have an element of emotional depth to these movies. Where Friday the 13th is Friday the 13th. There's not much you can do with them, unfortunately. Like, there's nothing. You can't make a solid trilogy of Friday the 13th nowadays. All you can do is just rehash what's been done already. And I think that's the problem. I think that's why we're not seeing any Friday the 13th movies. Is because they don't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
I think it's a franchise that belongs in the 80s, and maybe that's where it should stay.
Yeah, definitely. Andy?
Yeah, it's I binge watched all of them last weekend, and I had a great time with them. And I think, like you said, I think they just belong in the 80s. The only really new thing you can bring to it is get creative with the kills in each entry.
Yeah,
that's really the only thing you can do.
Yeah.
Well, I've got to say this, and I might get some hate for it, but I found a little bit of new appreciation for Part 9. I did actually enjoy Part 9 to a certain degree. It's still probably the worst one of the franchise, but watching it on Blu-ray, it looks really good. And I got a bit of a kick out of some parts of it unintentionally made me laugh, and I was entertained. It's definitely not a great movie. It probably still is the worst of the franchise, but I didn't hate the movie as much as I used to.
I have to admit, there's no Friday the 13th movie that I can't watch.
Yeah,
and that's including Part 9 as well. I always watch Part 9.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. It's definitely not the best. It probably is the worst, but
yeah,
there is some enjoyment from it.
Yeah, it's just that bit where that fella whacks the woman who works at the diner in the face. Oh my god, I fucking pissed myself back.
Yeah.
The whole jaw just gone.
Yeah. The whole bottom of her mouth just got, and she's still like, I lost it. I rewound it.
When he gets the hits off, it's just the face of her, and she's still standing, and she's doing that.
Yeah. Oh my god. I lost it. Composure.
Oh, wow.
I was crying with laughter. I rewound it, and I had to go watch it again. I was just like, oh my god, what have I just seen? Oh god, it was hysterical. Oh, absolutely hysterical. Oh my god.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Still a fucking awful movie, but oh my god, yeah. Just it had that moment in it, and fucking I didn't half chuckle. Oh,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Right. What about you, Mike? You got anything?
Yeah, I mean, I think Friday the 13th and The Burning, yeah, they probably do just belong in the 80s. I do like The Burning, but it isn't really that much different from Friday the 13th. For me, there isn't really anything that sets it apart from Friday the 13th. So, yeah, I think this just belong in the 80s.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do with the films.
Nightmare on Elm Street, on the other hand, though, I think they can do a bit with that, I think, today, if they just get the right people behind it.
Yeah.
It could work really well if somebody really goes.
You can be incredibly creative with them movies. You could be, so now hopefully someday it might happen.
Yeah. DVD. Dr. Impossible says Mike's going to Texas or Austin DVD and film, so he might see Alex Jones around. I thought Alex Jones was the presenter of the one show. Why am I thinking of a different Alex Jones?
I thought it was as well. Yeah.
I was actually thinking of that kid that sang that song, that Christmas song. What's it called?
Alex Jones. Edward's saying, what's your favourite Cate Blanchett movie? All of them, because she's in it. I liked Ocean's 8. I liked Notes on the Scandal that Soph sent me. I thought that was really good. Was she in Cinderella? I'm pretty certain she was in that remake of Cinderella. I didn't mind that.
We can't overlook the genius that is Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Oh yeah, she's in
Oh,
that,
yeah, yeah.
wasn't she? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah. Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Yes. The brilliant Ridley Scott Robin Hood.
Yeah.
Uh,
I really like. Well, it's a bit of a tough watch, but Notes on a Scandal.
hmm.
There's a bit in that movie which has me howling, and
Yes.
I can't repeat it because it's just too rude. But it's when
Yes.
Judi Dench picks the phone up. Oh my god, I
Oh
can't
yeah.
stop laughing. Oh, it has me howling.
Mm. It
If
does.
you know what
I know
if you know what I'm on about, you know. But
yes.
oh my word.
Google it up, people. Or make you
Google
laugh.
it, YouTube it. It just
Yeah.
it just it cracks me up.
Yeah. Was she in The Talented Mr. Ripley as well?
That's right, yeah. Oh no, that's I always get her confused with sometimes what's her name? Oh my god, she was Iron Man's wife.
Gwyneth
Gwyneth
Paltrow.
Paltrow.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
always seem to get them two mixed up for some strange reason.
Yeah.
She's in that Nightmare Alley, but I haven't seen that one yet.
No.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I quite liked it.
And Mike, do you got any recommendations?
Pretty boring, but I'm gonna have to say Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Mm.
You know, she's one of them actresses that I like, but I haven't seen much by her. I need to see more from her.
Yeah, I'm the same here. Yeah.
Yeah. She's got a brief cameo in Hot Fuzz as well.
Yeah.
Thor Ragnarok.
Yeah.
Yes, she's good in Thor Ragnarok. Edward says, "What's your thoughts on I'm Not There with Kate Blanchett? All about Bob Dylan." I haven't heard of that one before.
Never seen it.
I couldn't get into that film, and I really like Bob Dylan, but I couldn't get into that movie. It wasn't for me.
Are you seen it, Mike?
Nope, not seen that one.
No, never even heard of it. I haven't. DVD and Film Bloke says to Dr. Impossible, let's hope Mike never meets him. If you see Alex Jones in Texas, Mike, run, just run. Maybe kick him in the balls, then run. Wow. We've got Carlos saying happy belated birthday, Pete, and have a good one for tomorrow, Mike. Thanks, Carlos.
Thanks, Carlos.
Great work, guys, on the stream as always, and fine special guest in Keith. Take care. Speak soon. Thanks for watching, Carlos.
Cheers,
Speak
mate.
soon, mate.
Appreciate it.
Marco Fan says, happy birthday to you, Pete. Mike, Andy, I don't want Keith feel left out, so happy birthday as well, Keith. Thanks, mate. Edward says, what's your thoughts on a possible Man of Steel 2? I think they confirmed it, didn't they? It's been so long.
Day, isn't it?
What's it been, like nearly 10 years since the first Man of Steel?
9 years.
Wow. Yeah, I like it. More Henry Cavill, but I don't think DC's got an idea what they're doing with their films, whether they're doing a cinematic universe or just doing standalone films. They just seem to be popping them out here and there.
They're a mess. They're an absolute mess of a franchise.
Yeah.
Because they're saying that this new one that I can't even think of the name, but the one with The Rock tomorrow.
Yeah.
They're saying that this is starting it all again. Just stop. Just make your goddamn movies and stop trying to create a universe. It's not working. You've tried it so many times. Give up on it. Even Marvel is starting to get tedious now.
Yeah.
Yep. I completely agree. Dr. Impossible says Alex Jones was in that futuristic 84 themed film called A Scanner Darkly. Oh, that one. The film that looks like a GTA loading screen.
Yeah, that's the one.
Edward says, have you ever seen the movie Death Becomes Her? Apparently they are doing a remake with breaking news, Kate Hudson and Anne Hathaway. Okay. That's an interesting one.
I know exactly. I know how Andy's going to feel about that.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite Zemeckis movies.
Yeah.
I love that film. But it makes sense casting Kate Hudson because she's Goldie Hawn's daughter.
Of course.
But yeah, that's you. I can't see it myself. I can't see it working.
Yeah. Leave it, please. Just leave it. I do love
Leave it alone.
Death That Comes though.
Because
It's
that
fantastic film.
movie's like it's metaphorical for aging and how people
Yeah.
are clinging on to their youth.
Yeah.
And I just don't think that has any relevance today, if I'm honest.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's been done. It's been told. You can't.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you can bring new to it.
Absolutely.
Bruce Willis in that film is just
incredible.
It took me years to realize it was Bruce Willis. He's just unrecognizable in that film.
Yeah.
I always think it's his best role apart from Die Hard. It's just so good.
Outside of Die Hard, it's my favorite Bruce Willis film.
Same, man.
Fucking love Death Becomes Her, man. Oh my god, it's just so much fun. It feels like an Addams Family movie.
It does actually.
It's just
another unnecessary remake.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
The question is, who would you like to see take Bruce Willis's part in this remake?
I wouldn't like to see anyone take it. Wouldn't like to see
No,
the
that's
remake.
true. That's true. They'll probably put Jake Gyllenhaal in it as they're doing him in Roadhouse and all for some reason.
I want it'd be like Chris Pratt now or something. It'll be something easy like that.
Yeah.
One of the Chris's, Chris Pine, Chris Pratt.
Yeah.
Throwaway role, but I love that 92 movie. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's one of his best.
Yeah.
We have Lion Elixir saying thanks, Doc. Okay, thanks, mate. Norwich says, did any of you lads get the Friday the 13th 4K? If you did, do you think it's as bad as I do? I know there's black levels, but this is fucking ridiculous. I've heard it's not a very good transfer, but no, I haven't got it. You guys?
No, I've just got the Screen Factory box set. That's my go-to because I heard this 4K wasn't the best.
What about you, Keith?
No, I think with movies like this on 4K, you really have to think about the Blu-ray before you buy these movies. And I have the Blu-ray, the Screen Factory Blu-ray, and I knew that whatever they were going to do in that 4K release was going to be subtle. Very, very subtle. I didn't think they were going to make it worse. I heard the picture is very noisy. Particularly there was a lot of people talking about the sky. Now the thing about that is a lot of people turn around and say like, "Oh, the sky's noisy." What the fuck are you doing looking at the sky for when this fucking movie's on? Look what's what's in front of you. Don't look at bloody, what's behind them in the background. It's the skies can genuinely look noisy sometimes on 4K releases. So So Dash, I don't really give a shit about, but yeah, I've heard some bad things about it, and not only that, but I found it very hard to buy one Friday the 13th movie on 4K. Why did they not do what they've done with Star Trek and give us the first 4 movies in 4K, then give us the next 4, and so on and so on? So I couldn't buy one movie in 4K.
Yeah. Marvel fan says Licorice Pizza is nearly 1 year old, but does anyone know when the film was released in the UK? It was released like New Year's Day, wasn't it, in cinemas, and it came out in the summer on Blu-ray, I think.
Yeah.
It took its time.
It certainly did. DVD and Film Bloke says Dr. Impossible. Yes, I know he had a cameo. I don't know how Richard Linklater or the rest of the team think of that. Dr. Impossible says, name a canon film you would love to see that isn't in your collection. Name a canon film that you would love to see that isn't in your collection.
Every canon film I can think of I own, so.
Was that Red Scorpion a canon film?
What's that one?
Red Scorpion.
Oh.
I think it might be, yeah.
I think you are. I think you're right.
That's one I've never
That's the
seen. I've never seen
Dolph
Red Scorpion.
Lundgren one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a canon film. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I watched it a few.
I'd have to say that because I've never seen it. I don't own it.
Arrow Video brought that out.
Yeah, that's how I got it.
Arrow, yeah.
Mike?
This is a movie I've seen, and it's a bit of a guilty pleasure, but I really like Over the Top with Sylvester Stallone, the arm wrestling movie. I think you can get it on Blu-ray probably in America or something. But yeah, I don't have that in my collection. And also Bloodsport, the Van Damme.
Yeah.
Don't know if that's got a Blu-ray release.
That's getting a 4K release very, very soon.
Oh, I'll have to get that.
Amazon Germany are bringing out, you can get 4 different versions of it, I think, on 4K.
Wow.
Wow.
So you have to pick of them.
Oh, awesome. You got one, Keith?
No, that's what I'm saying. None really come to mind. Everything that I can think of, I actually do have, so I can't really think of anything. Bloodsport is a great one, but like I said, I'm going to have that very soon, so.
Oh, that's good. For me, I'm just looking for them, and I'm just seeing like the Death Wish 2 to 5. I just like to get the rest of them on Blu-ray. They're good fun. Nige says the greatest animated film of all time comes to 4K in February. The Mighty Watership Down. Any of you going to get it? There's an amazing deluxe edition coming out. Does it come with a free box of tissues?
That's like I that's one of them movies. I just no. I'd be in a bad way after fucking watching it. So I think I'm going to stick with the Blu-ray on that one.
Yeah.
I'm just going to stick with the DVD. I
can't.
How that movie is rated U, I'll never know. Never ever know how that movie got a U certificate.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's still a U, isn't it, in this country?
Yeah. Absolutely.
You know what they just saw? Oh, nice animated rabbits. U.
Yeah.
That's all they did. They didn't even watch the film. They just see the front cover and just rated it a U. Surprised it's never been re-rated.
Yeah.
You getting it, Mike?
Well, as Keith said, he's sticking with the Blu-ray. Andy's sticking with the DVD. I'm just going to stick with not owning it at all.
Sounds
I thought you were going to say
me.
VHS or something like that.
Yeah.
And I'll just stick to the Easter repeats on Channel 5. Marvel fan says, does Rob Zombie's The Monsters have flashing images or strobe lighting?
I don't know.
I think it might have a bit of flashlighting, but nothing too aggressive. I've only seen half the film, but mate, you're probably best off not watching it. It's not the greatest film. Rogue says, Pat Brother is an underrated Russian film. It shows the damage to the Russian society and the post-collapse of the USSR Russia through the view of gang culture. It basically shows Boris Yeltsin's era Russia. Right. Dr. Impossible says, which one of these war films would you take if given the opportunity? Dirty Dozen, Von Rhines Express, Moriarty, I cannot pronounce that one, and The Longest Day. Reason and why. For me, I'm going to pick The Dirty Dozen because it's a great film and a fantastic ensemble cast. I'm just going to pop to the toilet. Do you want guys to talk about it? And I'll be back in a sec.
All right.
You know, when it comes to war movies, I probably wouldn't have picked any of them. I could think of different, better war movies.
Yeah, same. I've only seen 2 of these, and it's The Dirty Dozen and The Longest Day, and
I
probably have to go with The Longest Day just because it's got a great cast.
Yeah.
Other than that, I've never even heard of the other 2.
No.
Same.
Dirty Dozen. Didn't they do didn't most of the cast do the voices for the Commando Elites and fucking Small Soldiers.
Really?
Yeah, I think it was the Dirty Dozen did the Commando Elites, and the Cast of Spinal Tap did the Gorgonites.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought I had the Dirty Dozen, but I don't own it.
Yeah, I've got them two on DVD. Longest Day. Dirty Dozen. Well, not seen the other two.
Sorry about that.
Ah,
Right. Comments have gone weird. And Rogue says, Anne was released during the period when Yeltsin resigned and gave powers to then unknown successor, Vladimir Putin. Moving swiftly on.
Yeah.
Gary North says, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Gary.
Okay.
Hope you're doing
How are you?
well. DVD Public says, evening, Gary. David says, Carry On Columbus 92. Did you enjoy this movie? You won't beat the original Carry On films, and they're making some more Carry On films coming out soon. Haven't seen that one, but I've heard it's pretty dire. That's the one with Julian Clary. Didn't bother with it.
Never seen it.
Again, another franchise that probably is best to stay in the past. The humor would not work well today.
Absolutely.
Don't remake it.
If you made a Carry On film today, it wouldn't be a Carry On film.
No.
Yeah.
It would have nothing from
No.
the past in it. You couldn't get away with it. You just couldn't.
No,
you couldn't,
definitely not.
You couldn't do
No.
it today. They're time capsule movies.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You couldn't do it. Couldn't get away with it.
No. Dr. Impossible says Universal did a great double monster feature in the 40s with the Wolfman and Frankenstein pairing up. It's called Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman. Very watchable. Oh,
Okay.
I haven't seen that one. Nige says, no, Jason Goes to Hell is great. It's Jason X, that's a fucking wank. Bastard science fiction gets where fart wouldn't.
See, that movie has a bit that cracks me up as well. Where he puts the two campers in the sleeping bag, just beats the shit out of them. Yeah. Is David Cronenberg in Jason X as well? He's like at the beginning.
Yeah, he's like one of the
What?
doctors or something. Isn't
Yeah.
he?
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. Forgot about that.
Oh,
I think what it was, I think the director of Jason X was like David Cronenberg's like student or something.
Oh wow.
Like and when he got, I think Jason X might have been his first movie, and I think to like just as to repay him, he cast David Cronenberg in that role or something.
What a thank you present.
Yeah.
Oh. Dr. Impossible says Lucky Bugger, my McDonald's is 25 miles away. Wow.
Wow.
That is a long way. Right. DVD from Phone Bloke says Alex Jones is the insane conspiracy nut who hosts InfoWars. He goes fine for saying that the Sandy Hook shooting was a hoax and incarnate his viewers into harass the already grieving families. Yeah, doesn't sound like a person you want to talk about at all. DVD and Film Bloke says Graham Linehan wrote Father Ted in the IT crowd and is a hideous transphobe.
Oh, okay. I know. I know his face. I can picture his face.
Yeah. DVD and Film Bloke says Alex Belfield is a former BBC presenter and online shock jock who stalked BBC presenters and encouraged his audience to do the same. So yeah, people who you don't want to make any connections to. Yeah, certainly sound up. DVD and Film Bloke says those three comments were related to the comments about twats online getting what they deserve. Thanks for elaborating, DVD and Film Bloke. Dr. Impossible says, Andy, explain to me the attraction of Free Jack as a film.
It's batshit insane with a fucking awesome cast. It's fucking unreal.
I love that movie.
Yep.
Free Jack.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Emilio Estevez, Rene Russo, Mick Jagger is in it. Anthony Hopkins is in it. It's amazing. Oh my
I'm
god, it's
s-
amazing.
I'm
Fuck, I
seeing
love
the
that movie.
picture of it
That
now.
movie.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
That
just seeing the
movie.
picture of it now, and it's like Emilio Estevez, Anthony Hopkins, and Mick Jagger together, looking like they're giving their best aha impression. What the fuck?
That movie tanked so badly in the box office. It was shocking. But I love that fucking movie.
Yeah.
And Mick Jagger is fucking shocking in it.
Yeah.
But I still love him in it. I do.
There's a picture of him. He looks like Optimus Prime. He's on like a red thing with a helmet on. There's another one here with him with a gun.
He's meant to come across as this badass, and he can't act his way out of a paper bag, and yet he's still a badass. I can't explain it.
Oh, wow.
I can't.
I must admit, you have explained the attraction of Free Jack to me. I'm very intrigued by it now.
Oh god, it's incredible.
Oh, God, I love that movie. When we were talking about the likes of Dark City and all that, I came so close to saying Free Jack, but I thought I was going to be on my own. And Stephen Hopkins, isn't it, that writes it? No,
I think
was
so.
it Stephen Hopkins? I can't fucking remember now.
Oh, I haven't got a clue. I just felt like I was on a trip watching the whole film. I was just,
Yeah.
oh my
Yeah.
god, what is this? It was just, oh god, it's incredible.
Yeah, it's certainly something. Marvel fan says, what's your thoughts on Mrs. Brown's Boys? I hope the show gets cancelled because the jokes are barely funny now, and I'm starting to think the show is cringe and embarrassing for the BBC. I haven't really seen it in years. Used to like it, but I'm not a big fan now. You guys seen it?
Never watched it.
One or two, that's it. Nothing.
No.
Don't really care for it. So.
Rogue Review says, Stupid Even Full Bloke, Alex Balfour also basically scammed his audience out of 40k, saying that he would use the money to take the BBC to court over the license fee and then did nothing with the money. Wow. David Even Full Bloke says, oh yeah, I forgot to mention that, but I think the comment would have been too long if that included. But thanks, guys, for telling us about that. Dr. Impossible says the problem with Alex Balfour was his ridiculous idea of representing himself in court rather than having a barrister. What's this? Costa? Barrister. That was nuts. But 5 years was over steep sentence. I think I remember the case now. Gary says Blind Date is one of my favourite Bruce Willis films.
Good movie.
I can't remember that one.
It got Sybil Shepherd in as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Keep an eye out for that one. DVD Film Bloke says, honestly can't believe we're talking about Alex Balfour. He's almost one step away with talking about politics. Ugh. It's changed the subject back to fiction. Yeah, absolutely agree, mate.
Yeah.
Gary says, Over the Top just had a German media book release.
Oh,
that's good. Right. Dr. Impossible says, just don't mention Bruce Willis in the erotic turd of a film called The Colour of Night. Basic Instinct Light. Saying that body of evidence with Defoe and Madonna is super stretch of a film. Oh dear. Madonna in a film, that's enough. No way.
I know, fairness, Madonna, I actually quite like her in A League of Their Own.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's not too bad, yeah.
Mm.
Dr. Impossible, you brought it up, DVD film, Belfield and Jones. Nige says, I totally agree, Watership Down should be at least a PG. Get a grip, Keith, man. It's a fucking cartoon. Rogue Review says, have you ever seen the English dub of Pingu from South Korea? It was made to teach Korean kids English, but the syntax is completely broken. It's absolutely hilarious. Pingu never spoke a word of English. It was just meep meep. Was it?
Yeah.
Wow. I love how we always keep talking about Pingu on these streams. DVD Even Film Bloke says true, and I want to stop it before it goes too far. Right. Comments have gone weird. DVD Even Film Bloke says, oh god, yes, I don't think I've ever laughed so much. We'll have to check out some Pingu later on. Dr. Impossible says too far, roll Harris.
God.
Wow.
No, he says, oh, I think Pete's gone for a shot. No. Oh, I ended up, my mum wanted some help with the TV, and then it was, she wanted to talk about Emmerdale. DVD film look, laughing. Marvel fan says, has anybody got Bad Grandpa on Steelbook? That's the Jackass one, isn't it?
Bad Grandpa.
Yeah.
I keep getting it mixed up with the other one with Zac
Yeah.
Efron and Robert De Niro. Is it Dirty
Yeah.
Grandpa?
Yeah, but I have that steelbook. I think I do.
I don't. Yeah. Next up, we've got Rogue saying, Pete, leaving caused an awkward silence. You shall be punished for your crime.
Yep.
Blame ITV and Emmerdale. Oh dear. Fuck God, Nige says, Carry On Columbus is absolutely god awful. I've heard
it's bad.
Yeah. I just can't imagine if we had Carry On film in this day and age, who would star in it? Danny Dyer and the cast of The Only Way is Essex. I just haven't got a clue. Yeah, just keep Carry On in the past where it should be. Dr. Impossible says there's talks of a Liz Truss film. Fucking heck.
Yeah.
What do you think of that? Who could play this intelligent woman? The actress, do you think, could fill the shoes? Well, the film would only be bloody 20 minutes of that. Oh dear. Dr. Impossible says, Kenneth Branagh playing Boris Johnson. Fuck that. Oh dear. Peter says, I have Free Jack on DVD somewhere. Maybe I should dig it out. Yeah, sounds like you should, mate. Sounds like it'll be a fun time.
I think I need to check it out myself again.
I'm going to be keeping an eye out for it. Marvel fan says Licorice Pizza was released everywhere 25th of December 2021, but UK got a release date of 14th of January. Ah, not too bad, then. Still can't believe cinemas opened on Christmas Day. I know they used to. We've got Brian Drums here. Yo, how are you guys? Hey, Brian, thanks for joining, mate.
Right.
DVD and Film Bloke says, if you really want to see a depressing cartoon, Keith, watch When the Wind Blows. That's
I can do it. I can just do without depression in my life now at the moment, so I'm okay.
Peter says maybe these streams should also include having you goofball saying meep meep and nothing else. Hang on, I sound like Roadrunner just then, not Pinky.
Yeah, that actually was pretty good.
Oh dear. Nige says, I would absolutely love Derail to get a Blu-ray or 4K release. What film that is?
Is that the Jean-Claude Van Damme film? Because if...
Is that not the one with the
Jennifer Aniston?
No?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jennifer Aniston, Clive Owen.
That French fella from Black Swan.
Yeah.
Never remember his name.
Yeah.
Oh, he's in fucking Eastern Promises. What a fucking movie that is. With Viggo Mortensen. But yeah, Derailed's a good movie.
Yeah, I've seen it once before. I actually remember really enjoying it. I love the ending of it, actually. Great ending to it.
DVD and Film Bloke says, yeah, Pingu and Beaker in the same room. Rogue Review says we must start streaming and commenting in Pingunese to start. Meep meep. Oh dear. Right, comments have gone weird here. Sorry about that. Dr. Impossible says, shocked about not seeing The Dirty Dozen. The film was directed by Robert Aldrich. It's about a dozen convict murderers who are trained for a mass assassination mission of German generals. Yeah, great film. Gary says, Videodrome 4K next Monday. Who's picking it up? Andy is?
Yep.
Not Keith.
I've only ever seen it on DVD.
I have the deluxe edition on Blu-ray, and that's enough for me.
That one comes with another one, don't it? Like Cronenberg's early works or something in it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
No, I'm not buying into this thing with Arrow.
Mm.
I'm trying to not double, especially on movies that are not necessary.
Yeah, I can get that. Especially with like the Arrow box sets, there's not much difference between them, and some of the Blu-ray ones have been more extravagant than the 4K ones.
I've been very strict with it now. I have to admit, like I didn't pick up RoboCop. I didn't pick up American Werewolf in London. Handyman. No, I'm not doing it. No way. Unless the one thing I will say about Videodrome, and I'll give them credit when credit's due. At least there's alternate versions out there, so you're not buying the same release that you actually have
That's
already.
true.
So that is something.
Yeah. You said you pre-ordered it, Andy?
Yeah. I'm with Keith because there's no differentiation between the releases in terms of what they look like. But for me, I'm getting them on the ones I'm getting on 4K. These are the first times I'm buying them on 4K. I'm upgrading from DVD. You know, I'm bypassing Blu-ray completely, and I'm just going straight for 4K. That's the only reason why I've held off on them, and that's the only reason why I'm getting them on 4K is because I don't have the Blu-ray the Blu-ray editions. So that's what I'm going straight in for. Because I didn't have the previous Blu-ray of Videodrome, so that's why I'm going straight for this 4K because I've only ever had it on DVD. So I'm going.
Which one did you go for?
The 4K. Or
which cover art did you go for?
Oh, I didn't know there was an option. I just ordered it, so I just.
All right, okay, fair enough.
I'll get what I get, I guess. So.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Didn't know about that.
Yeah, I think there's around 3 of them.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm nearly sure. I'm nearly sure there is. I might be very wrong, but I do know there is different variants of the cover art out there.
Okay.
Oh. Mike, you pre-ordering it?
Yeah, so I've pre-ordered it from Arrow, and I'm getting it in the original cover art.
Very good.
The one exclusive to Arrow. I was hoping it would arrive this week because normally when you order directly from Arrow, when you pre-order, they normally send them out a bit earlier than the release day, but no sign of it yet, so I probably won't see it until I get back from America.
Okay.
Yeah. I haven't pre-ordered it, but if I get a PS5, I'm definitely picking it up because it's definitely one of my favourite Arrows. It's a great film. Right. Nige says, no, Jean-Claude Van Damme's my ring piece. It's Jennifer Aniston and Clive Owen.
Yeah. I was going to say, because there is a Jean-Claude Van Damme film called Derailed, and it is bloody awful. one of his like straight to DVD movies. Yeah.
Gary North says, Andy, it's Vincent Cassel.
That's the one. Yeah, Vincent Cassel. Yeah, Lahane and Black Swan. Yeah.
Peter says, I just checked out the trailer for Secret Friends 91. Another one of those indicator blind buys from the South. Seems like an interesting film. Haven't heard of that one. Rogue Review says Top Gun Maverick and Lost Highway Criterion coming in 2 weeks. Yeah, the 31st is quite a stacked day. You've got Ghostwatch also coming out that day as well, and that looks like a nice set. Oh.
My Top Gun, I have to wait till December for my Top Gun.
Fucking hell.
Oh,
yeah, because I bought the deluxe edition that's coming out, but it's not coming out until I think it's like the 6th of December.
Isn't that the one with both the films in? The Ultimate Fan Edition or something? Yeah, that's a nice set.
Yeah, it is.
Marvel fan says Lord Sugar should take over from Sidney James' role if they made a Carry On reboot.
That's a good shout, that actually. Yeah, he looks like Sid James.
Yeah, he kind of does. Rogue Review says HMV luckily has an amazing habit of delivering my pre-orders a few days earlier. Oh, that'll be good. I know I pre-ordered through HMV on eBay, and I tend to get them on the day of release. Probably I should try to pre-order through HMV.
That's why I was actually so amazed that I got that release there of Ex Machina, or whatever it's called. I got that from Zavi. And normally when I pre-order stuff from Zabi. I normally get it this time next year. I do.
I remember you said you'd wait a long while for it.
So to get it actually, 3 days after its release date, doesn't rarely happen.
I would message Zabi about like the damage to your edition.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give you some money back.
Get some money back off it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
They must be sick of me emailing them. I've never witnessed anything like it. Jesus Christ, Keith, stop buying fucking off them. Jesus, someday I'll come to my fucking senses.
The problem is I keep releasing such nice editions. Why does that have to be Zabi?
I guarantee you, you wait till you see when my Rambo release comes. I guarantee you there will be fucking damage on it.
Hopefully not. Dr. Impossible said Secret Friends was the Alan Bates, Dennis Potter written film. Oh. The Viewer Drew says, tell me if you agree, while Underworld may be similar to Resident Evil, people would say they're much better than the Resident Evil movies. I'd say the Resident Evil films are better than the Underworld films, but neither of them are great franchises, let's just say.
No. Forgettable. I think that's the right word.
Yeah, they're both bang average. Average.
Absolutely. Yeah. Nige says, I've got the horror version of the Banana Splits. Oh, I've always wanted to see that one. It's absolutely batshit bonkers. What kids' cartoon do you think would make a good horror film? Scooby-Doo or Goober and the Ghost Chaser for me. Oh.
Captain Caveman. Don't forget about Captain Caveman.
Yeah.
I know they're doing a Grinch horror film now, and the Winnie the Pooh one and all. They keep talking about that one. What did I say in the comments section? Oh yeah, I'd like to see a Bagpuss horror film. There you go.
Yeah, or for me, it'd probably have to be a rainbow horror film. Zippy was one scary figure.
Isn't there a few episodes that feel like a horror film?
Yeah. Zippy George coming after you. Yeah.
I suppose we could have a Pingu horror film, as we always like to talk about Pingu.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Got any, Mike?
I don't know. I feel like most kids shows were scary anyway. I'd probably have to just say something like Courage the Cowardly Dog.
That would be
quite creepy.
There is
Trapdoor as well.
Yeah.
Trapdoor back in the day.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
That was creepy.
Yeah. It looked like something that Tim Burton directed.
I remember now. There's one we were talking about on a few streams back after the stream finished. Mr. Nosy Bonk.
Oh my god.
Now that is a stuff of nightmares. Oh dear. Seth says, Keith, do you remember the live last year when you came on with the Michael Myers mask on? Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I think you joined later in the chat.
Yeah.
I do remember. Sorry, I completely forgot that. Yeah, right. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
They were the happier times. Like before kills and ends.
Yeah, it was just before Kills, and we were all excited about watching it, and yeah, look how that ended up.
Yeah.
Rogue Review says, meep meep. Gary says, what's your least favourite Terminator film?
All
Genesis.
of them after 2.
Oh. Yeah, they are all pretty bad. For me, it's Genesis. I don't like it.
I don't mind the Terminator franchise. I find I always got certain enjoyments from each one of the movies. I think Salvation's fantastic. I love Salvation.
That's underrated, I think.
But that has to be Genesis. It has to be. The worst one.
Oh, yeah. How about you, Andy?
Yeah, same as Mike. Anything after 2. It's nothing for me has lived up to those first 2 movies.
Yeah.
We spoke to John. I spoke to John Clancy there not so long ago about that Terminator franchise. They should have seen that Terminator Salvation trilogy. You should have seen that out. I think it would have just put a bit of life into that franchise. Because like how many times can you keep sending back a Terminator to protect somebody? You know, it's at least with them Salvation movies, they could have done something very different. I would have loved to have seen that future war now, but it's never going to happen.
Dark Fate was very mixed for me. It had some cool moments in it, but made some strange decisions. The opening of it was quite a ballsy move, I must admit.
And you can't see half the fucking film. It's fucking pitch black.
There's a scene in the train scene in particular.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
We've got Nige here saying, I'm dying for a 4K release of The Warriors theatrical version, but with the extra TV scenes added into the film.
Did I not hear that? Did I not get an announcement? The Warriors coming out in 4K. Really
I thought I saw something on YouTube saying it got announced.
I thought it did.
That'd be a perfect announcement. So I've said a city horror film. Would Sue be the one that's causing all the horror? Tweenies horror film. Yeah.
Tweenies.
I'm just thinking of Teletubbies one with that bloody bear. Oh, that terrified me as a kid. Norwich says, a rainbow movie. Oh, Jeffrey, I'm going to bite your bollocks off.
That's not a horror movie. That's something else completely different.
DVD from Film Block says, oh yes, the trapdoor is great. Still over it. Still love it. That's what I meant. Yeah, I used to like that. No, it says, oh Jesus, Mr. Nose Bonk, the weirdo who fucks people with his beak. I just stumbled across it one night. I was like, this is absolutely terrifying. Peter says, yeah. So says, just Google Mr. Nosy Bonk. That is fucking nightmare fuel. Yep.
Yes, yeah.
Yep. Marvel fan says there was supposed to be an R-rated Scooby-Doo. Yeah, Scooby-Doo film. I think it was that James Gunn one, wasn't it? He wanted to do one.
Right.
DVD Film Bloke says, oh yeah, Nosy Bonk is a slasher villain. He certainly looks it. Peter says, I didn't like Emilia Clarke as Sarah Connor.
No.
No.
Nothing against Emilia Clarke. She's actually a good actress, but no. Sarah Connor? No. Yeah. There's only one Sarah Connor.
Everything about that film was a mess. Oh dear.
The man with a terrible bit of casting as well that plays Kyle Reese in it. He was what's his name? Jai Courtney. Oh, he's just shocking. He's shit and everything.
His agent must be fucking a genius getting him in all those roles.
I know.
And the guy's got like zero charisma. Just oh my god,
fucking terrible.
Because he was getting cast in like all these big films at the time.
That's right. Yeah.
And it was just like, what's going on? The guy just can't act. He's just got no charisma.
I know. I don't get it myself.
Yeah.
No. I think the only thing I can remember about that film is that Matt Smith was in it for a little while.
Yeah.
Marvel fans Scooby-Doo movie. Nige says, fuck yes, Keith. Captain Caveman. Guess where he'd stick his club?
Again, we're talking about a very different movie there, but we're leading away from horror.
Peter says, Marvel fan, a porn version of Scooby-Doo. Oh, God. DVD from Film Bloke says, Rosie and Jim horror film. I mean, that's fucking creepy as it is. Oh, Tots TV is as well. That'd be another one.
Oh, Tots TV, Jesus Christ.
Yep. Serb says, that probably already exists. Haha. What Scooby-Doo porn? Wouldn't surprise me.
I'm sure it is.
Rogue Review says Bob the Builder horror film. Yeah, yeah, I could see that. Marvel Fan says apparently James Gunn said there was scripts for 3 cuts: PG, PG-13, and R-rated. Well, some of the scenes in that Scooby-Doo film are quite scary, you think, for a kids' film.
Right.
Hello?
Hello?
Am I back?
You back?
I'm back, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened there. My phone just went completely weird. Peter says The Warriors is the gayest film ever. All those gangs wear baseball bats and makeup and stuff. The whole film is about a young man wanting. I haven't seen the film, so I can't comment. But end up fighting instead. Still the gayest film ever. I've never seen it.
I don't think it's as gay as Top Gun.
Oh, that that scene. Oh, yeah. The Joseph one's here. Evening, guys. Tuning in extremely late, so I apologise for that. What's your worst movie of 2022 so far? Thanks for joining, mate.
I think we already know Keith's answer.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll let you go ahead, and I'm going to see if I can think of a worse one.
I'm going to say Jurassic World Dominion. I really didn't like it at all.
It's a bad one.
I didn't mind that one. That kind of surprised me. I think I went in, like with you, Andy, with Halloween Ends. I went in with no expectations and didn't mind it.
Yeah.
What about you, Andy?
I was going to say I don't think I've seen anything this year that's been utter garbage that I would class as unwatchable, like god awful. But one for me that was just average was Lightyear.
That's just forgettable, really.
Yeah,
very forgettable.
Yeah, I don't really know what Pixar were trying to achieve with that film, but it was what it was.
Yeah, definitely one of the more blander films out there. The only good thing about it was probably the cat socks.
Yeah.
For me, the worst film of the year is Thor: Love and Thunder. I cannot stand that film. I really fucking hate that film with a passion. One of the most unfunniest, downright ugliest films I've ever seen. And Russell Crowe with that fucking accent. Oh, come on, it's me, Mario, he sounded like. Oh, it's just that film. Oh, no. I'm so glad that Taika Waititi's out of the next one. No more, please. And what about you, Keith? Are you thought of one?
I was just sitting here and I was just thinking, didn't Scream 5 not come out this year? At the start of this year? Oh! Scream 5 or Halloween Ends between, yeah. Them two I could have done without.
Yeah, I can remember you said you weren't a big fan of Scream 5.
No, you know what? Actually, I'll put Scream 5. I'll put Scream 5 ahead of Halloween Ends. I would, as my worst film this year.
Yeah. DVD Film Bloke says, well, I guess the British horror comedy Funny Man is the closest thing to an 18-rated Scooby-Doo film. I mean, one of the characters actually looks like Velma and is called Velma.
Oh, wow.
Right, we've got Radley Stark here. Hi, guys. Missed it all again. Oh, my God, Andy, that T-shirt. Hi, Keith. Anyone watch Fractured yet with Anthony Hopkins and Ryan Gosling? Go and do it. Haven't actually heard of it, mate, but thanks for joining.
Oh. I remember the cover of that movie very well. I've never seen it, though.
Yeah, I've seen it. It was decent. It's a decent film.
Yeah, I just thought it was all right. I didn't think much of it, to be honest. I just thought it was good. Wasn't the worst thing ever. It was all right. Yeah.
I've just checked that out on Google. I have heard of it before, but no, I've never seen it. But I'll give it a go. It's got Rosamund Pike in as well, so that's cool.
Oh,
right, we've got Dr. Impossible saying, have any of you seen the psychological thriller Scalpel starring Robert Lansing and directed by Blood Rage director John Grismer? Never heard of it.
Not heard of that one.
I only just recently seen Blood Rage for the first time. That is one crazy, crazy movie.
That has a kill in it that's absolutely horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
I think I know the one you mean. Yeah.
The head split. Oh god, it's grim.
Oh dear.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh. Marvel fan says, I'm surprised nobody mentioned Mr. Blobby as a horror film.
Okay.
I could actually see that after the Banana Splits film.
Yeah, there you go. That's your sequel to The Blob.
Oh, right. So says, at first I could not see the whole of Andy's jumper, though thought he had a pair of balls on it. What?
What?
That's Jason sitting in front of you, Sophie.
Oh dear. At first I could not see the whole of Andy's jumper, and I thought he had a pair of balls on it.
Oh, I get it, because the yellow
Batman.
kind of
Aye,
looks
all
like.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I see it now. Yeah.
So says Mr. Blobby is the devil. Oh dear. His voice is terrifying. DVD Film Bloke says, yeah, the video, the Blobby Witch Project, that's a good idea as to what a Mr. Blobby horror film would be like. I know, a good one would be he escapes from Noel Edmonds' basement or closet, and he comes out on a murderous spree looking after the BBC execs for cancelling his show.
Yeah, or Mr. Blobby breaks the law and ends up going to Borstal like in Scum.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Like greenhouse scene with Mr. Blobby.
I'm just imagining Mr. Blobby in that now going all the time. Fucking hell. Dr. Impossible says, I did watch Visiting Hours with Lee Grant, William Shatner, and Michael Ironside set in a hospital with a crazy kill on the loose. Pretty watchable and worth having a gander.
That movie has probably one of the greatest trailers you'll ever see to a movie. It's so clever the way the trailer is done. I love it. I always remember that from the 80s. The trailer to that. And the scene that I loved in the trailer is not actually in the movie.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Have you ever seen the trailer to Andy to Visit Nerd?
I've never heard of it until now.
You never? Oh, wow.
No. Yeah.
The trailer is like, it's kind of like they're showing scenes from the movie.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, you'll see that, as far as I remember, the hospital lights start coming on and off, and all of a sudden, it starts forming the shape of a skull. It does,
Okay.
and it was. I remember seeing that as a child, and I was like, "Oh, I need to see this movie." And I remember getting it on VHS. It was a very rare VHS to get, and I finally got it. Paid big bucks for it, and the scene wasn't in the movie. It was the only reason why I was buying it. To see that one scene, so yeah, it wasn't a bad movie.
Yeah,
It'd be a bit of a slow burn at times.
It's got a good cast to it.
I'll check it out though. Visit Noah's.
Night shares another film I'd like to see get Blu-ray releases. An old TV film starring Michael J. Fox called Poison Ivy.
Is that not like an erotic thriller? Kind of one of them. Am I right in saying that? Well, I'm probably wrong.
I don't know.
There's a movie called Poison Ivy with Sarah Gilbert and Drew Barrymore from the
Right.
90s.
That's the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, but I can't remember the Michael J. Fox one.
No. Marvel fan says, yeah, have you seen the park-based Mr. Blobby? What, there's a Mr. Blobby theme park? Why would you
I
want to
should see
send
the
your kids
photos
out?
of it now. It's like a barren wasteland. It's horrific.
Well, there you go. There's your set of the new Mr. Blobby horror film.
There you go.
Peter says, Dr. Impossible, I'm going to have to pick up the Visiting Hours. There's a re-release by Final Cut. Oh.
I think that's what I have, funny enough. What's there?
Yeah, I think the cover of it is what you were saying, Keith. That like the skull with the lights.
Yeah, I think that. I actually I have it here. I think. Yeah, that's it. Look.
Yeah.
Oh.
And they kind of show that in the trailer.
Yeah.
Rogue says we need to film at the abandoned ruins of Blobbyland of a Mr. Blobby theme park that closed after 1 year of operation. No wonder it closed after a year. Who would take the kids there? DVD and Film Bloke says, actually, even though I can't stand reaction videos, I would love to see you guys react to the Blobby Witch project. It may even be better than the Blair Witch project.
Yeah. I'm the same. No, I can't stand trailer reactions.
No, they're so false.
I can't
They're
stand them.
so unbelievably false. Yeah, I hate them.
Yeah, I never tend to watch them.
See, like when I watch like a trailer or even like a movie, I don't think I react very much. I think if someone was to watch me watching what, it would be a really boring video because I just kind of sit there and just watch. I don't like make faces or jump or anything like that. It would just be really boring to watch me watch a movie.
I know. It's just.
I think the only one I made a reaction to was probably at the end of the Force Awakens trailer when like Han Solo come on with Chewie, and that was like the end of the trailer. It's like very few trailers do it unless there's like a nostalgic link to it.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says, I think Joe Pesci would make a great Mario. I'm just thinking of him in Goodfellas. You thinking I'm funny?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, Joe Pesci as Mario and Daniel Stern as Luigi.
Yeah.
Great.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yep. Been missing a beat there with Joe Pesci as Mario. Dr. Impossible says, yeah, the Final Cut releasing is decent for visiting hours. Oh, that's good to hear. Peter says, Dev, but Cam says, the only Final Cut release I have so far, I think. But what a film.
The DVD's borderline unwatchable.
Oh, it's awful, yeah.
It's an awful
Which
DVD.
one of it?
The
becomes
DVD,
Is it? There is a Blu-ray of it, isn't there?
Yeah.
Like you can pick up about.
I had to upgrade. It's leaps and bounds better.
Dr. Impossible says, about Andy, you've never seen Joe Pesci in Private Eye.
You'd be correct. I've not seen that.
Norwich says, visiting hours, yes, great film. Coming to a Video Nasty's live stream too, but I can't imagine who's doing it.
I think I'm surprised to hear that that's actually a Video Nasty. I definitely wouldn't have put it into it.
I think it's a pretty tame movie.
It is very tame.
Video Nasty standards. Yeah, it's not that.
Yeah.
It's not that bad.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I have an half learnt so much from watching them streams with John and Nige. My God, they're entertaining.
They are really
Oh
brilliant.
my God, yeah. I've learned so much from watching them. Oh.
They're so good. Look forward to the next one.
Yeah.
Pete says, I love Blood Rage and I didn't know the same guy did Scalpel. I have the Arrow, should watch it soon. Awesome. David Beach says, Quiet Place movie, is it any good? And is part 2 any good? Yeah, I liked them. I think they're both really just one long film together. Tense, edge of your seat stuff. Hopefully they don't expand that too much. I think it works best as like a sort of one-off movie. But what about you, Andy?
Yeah, I like them both. Yeah, I think they're both great. They both complement each other quite nicely. Yeah, just I don't think John Krasinski gets enough credit as a director, to be honest.
No,
he does a fantastic work.
Unbelievable. It's a shame he's not doing the third one.
Isn't there like a spin-off they're doing as well for some reason? I just hope they don't milk this franchise dry, which
they will.
I think they will do.
They will.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
The opening of part 2 is incredible.
The
opening part. What do you think, Keith, of Quiet Place Part
1?
I
enjoyed both of them. I would have liked to maybe do a bit more with that second movie. Just get it's kind of much of the same as the first one. You know, I think I would have liked to see the story just evolve a bit more. but other than that, I rather enjoyed it. And like Andy said, they do complement each other very well.
Yep, I agree. And Mike, what about you?
I've only seen the first one, and I've got to be honest, I think I'm probably the only person who wasn't really that keen on it.
Okay.
I think there was just a few logistical things in that movie that really annoyed the fuck out of me. But yeah.
Oh, that's fair enough. Peter says David Rage? Blood Rage is an amazing film. Peter says, Sophie, that says more about you than the t-shirt. Soph says, what do you mean? I'm innocent. Peter says, Soph love balls. Gary says, The Exorcist 4K next year for the 50th anniversary. Awesome.
Well, let's hope. Let's hope. He's got it does.
Dr. Impossible says Robert Langsing was a rather versatile actor. He also starred in The Equalizer with Edward Woodward. Solid actor, but Scalpel is a nice slow burn psychological thriller. It's cool. Andy Luke Stuff says best Ironside film for me is Scanners. It's a must watch.
Great movie.
Need to see that.
I still, believe it or not, when it comes to Michael Ironside, I keep going to V. Ham Tyler. I just think he's the coolest character.
Yeah, I agree. He was it. Michael Ironside was in Top Gun as well, wasn't he?
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah,
yeah, right. I thought he was. Yeah.
Total Recall.
I just think of him as the voice of Sam Fisher from the Splinter Cell games.
Yeah. That's right.
He does the voice for Darkseid in the Justice League TV show. Fucking hell, he's menacing.
Right.
Oh, that's good. David Beach says Last Night in Soho, is the movie any good? Really good. I
really enjoyed it.
Great time with it.
Yeah.
Awesome movie.
One of the best of last year, and another Edgar Wright film. Peter says, I've seen Colour of Night ages ago. I remember some ridiculous cross-dressing reveal in it. Dr. Impossible says, there's a decent sci-fi film that I remember seeing with Peter Weller called Screamers. It's a great underrated movie that no one had ever seen. I think Playtendoguy directed the film.
Yeah, 101 Films, the Black Label edition.
That's brought out. There,
isn't it?
Yeah. I wasn't keen on that, to be honest. I was a bit disappointed with it.
Yeah, I think I seen it in the back in the day as well, and I think I was massively underwhelmed by it as well.
Yeah.
It's probably why I didn't pick it up.
You seen it, Andy?
No, I haven't, no. Might check it out with Peter Weller on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Great actor. DVD from Filmbook says the video of Rich Evans' reaction to the Force Awakens trailer on Red Letter Media will never not be funny, probably because it's a parody of reaction videos.
Oh, okay.
In reality, I don't give a fuck about trailers. They're all the bloody same.
Yeah.
Majority of them nowadays just give off the whole damn film anyway.
I really missed the classic trailers, where it has like that. It was always that same guy like narrating.
That voiceover guy,
yeah. I miss trailers like that. I was trying to think when those trailers kind of stopped happening, but I couldn't remember. But yeah,
I think it's in the late 90s, wasn't it, when it stopped?
Yeah,
he passed away, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
I think the best modern day trailer I've seen so far, I thought it was brilliant, just because of people's reactions to it when the trailer dropped, was Nope. Everyone kept going, oh, you showed us the movie now, we know everything about it. And I was like, yes, really, you know fucking nothing. You know nothing about that movie. You think Jordan Peele is fucking stupid and all that. I thought the trailer to that was fantastic.
Dr. Impossible says Colour Nice is so shite. It gives Basic Instinct 2 the status it never had. Basic Instinct 2, laugh out loud. Nige says, if you don't already know, you're going to be really surprised at what is on the nasties list, mainly section 2 and 3. And bless you, lads. Thank you so much for the kind comments about the nasty streams. Oh, you and John do fantastic work on that, and they're always entertaining to watch.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're amazing. Yeah, just learn so much.
Gary says, "See you at the party, Richter."
Yeah.
Peter says, "Soph officially loves balls." Okay. Soph says to Peter, "Watch out before I kick you in yours." Haha. Dr. Possible says, "Okay, The Hustler or The Color of Money. Both films are about the same character played by Paul Newman. Which one fits the bill for you? One or the other, or both?"
Oh, Color of Money has to be for me. Tom Cruise is great in that movie. He really is great in it. He's an arrogant little bastard. Not taking anything away from Paul Newman either.
Yeah.
That's a
I'm
good
gonna have
one,
to say
Color of Money.
I'm gonna have to say The Hustler. I think I preferred that one.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I prefer The Hustler. I mean, The Color of Money, a lot of people forget that's a Martin Scorsese movie.
Absolutely.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And Paul Newman won his Oscar for that movie.
Mm.
And there's no footage of him winning the award because there's every actor that's won it. There's been footage on YouTube, but there's no footage of Paul Newman.
Oh, that's strange.
Winning the Oscar. I don't know why.
It's very strange.
Yeah, but he's great in the film. But I kind of do prefer The Hustler just a little bit more. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Right. Peter says, "So you're going to have to make do with Jason." Whoa, Peter. Soph says, "I would never kick him in the balls. That is super mean. Haha." Peter says, "Soph, why would you ever want to kick mine then? Do you have any idea how much that hurts?" Wow, what a conversation to have tonight.
I'm telling you, I'm just sitting here and I'm like, wow, this is quite impressive.
Nige says, "Keith, you'll be ecstatic to know that The Exorcist has definitely been announced for a 2023 release on 4K. I've already jizzed my thumb twice."
Oh, right, that's cool. Holy fuck is my Wow. You couldn't have just left it at the jizz. No, you had to put the song in there as well.
Oh.
Wow.
God.
Oh my, right. We've got Sophie smiling. I can laugh at your pain, my babe. Ironside was an atypical Hollywood hard man, good at interviews, and he does spill the beans. Cool.
Marvel,
Right.
fucking love him.
That's true. Nige says, "I saw the Bruce Willis film The Color Night at the cinema in the 90s and absolutely loved it." Cool. Richard Burnett says, "Nice night all. Thanks for watching, Richard." DVD and Film Bloke says, "Convicted stalker, stop shock jocks and getting kicked in the balls. What a stream." Yeah, what a comment to end on. This is the final comment, so wow. What a stream. It's been a lot of fun, so thank you everybody for joining in on the stream. As always, thank you to Mike and Andy for joining as always.
No worries.
Mike won't be joining us for a couple of weeks as he'll be on holiday, so have a nice safe trip, Mike, and enjoy your time. And as always, thank you for joining, Keith. It's been a pleasure to have you on.
Thanks again for having me, Pete. I really appreciate it.
Yep, it's been a really, really fun night. And we just got a couple of more comments. We just got DVD and Film Bloke saying good night. Good night, mate. We've got Nige here saying, "Of course I had to put the thong in there, Keith. You love it. And don't worry, when I take it off and put it back on, I'll remember it's yellow to front and brown the back." DVD and Film Bloke says 4.5 hours. Fucking hell. Yeah, we have been 4.5 hours for the past few weeks. DVD and Film Bloke, have fun, Mike.
Cheers, mate.
Peter says, comments gone weird again. Playtendoguy 2022. And what a comment to end on. I seem to say that every week, but yeah. Thank you ever so much, everybody here. It's been an absolute pleasure to the 15 people watching and everyone who's joined on the stream. Me and Andy will be back next week, where our special guest will be Dan's Man Cave, and we may get somebody else on as well. Soph says she's offered to take Mike's place. Well, we'll see about that, and we'll chat about that. But yeah, it'll be good. And Marvel Fan says good night, guys. So see you all, everybody, next week. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.